Are we good, James?
You are now.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Newington Town Council public hearing on March 9th at 6 p.m. We're calling to order. The purpose of this meeting is to provide an opportunity for interested electors and or taxpayers pursuant to subsection 805 of the Town of Newington Charter to express their views regarding the town manager's proposed budget for the fiscal year 2021-2022. This evening, the Town Council will allow for public comment by Zoom and or telephone during the public hearing once the town manager has completed his presentation. So with that being said, I will turn it over to you, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, folks. I want to just say that this budget proposal has been put together by town staff, and I have to compliment all the people that have been involved in working with me to bring you what I consider to be a reasonable budget that addresses the needs of the town while also recognizing the constraints we have both physically and financially. So I'd like to just start off by having this first page, which shows a general overview of the budget in its entirety. And the important aspects that I think are on this budget are what's in yellow, which shows the proposed annual budget for the general government. It is actually a decrease of about $1.1 million from the current year. The Board of Education budget is remaining with no growth and no reduction at $76,768,000. And we have some good news from a number of sources that generally we don't get, which is one is the NTC payment is actually being reduced by $65,000 this year. That does not happen very often, if ever. So that's a very positive move. We also have a reduction in our debt service on the town side of about $192,000, and on the board side or education side of about $67,000. Where we find that we have a major increase, however, is in our capital improvement program, both for the Board of Ed and for the general government. The town undertook a study of all of our facilities, all buildings in town over the last year, as well as a study of our emergency radio system, and found that there is a significant need in both areas where our buildings are not in the condition they need to be in moving forward, and nor is the emergency radio system. So what we're proposing is the beginning of funding at a level that should address the difficulties and the deficiencies over a long period of time. This first increase of almost $5 million is just the beginning of what needs to happen to bring our buildings and our radio system and our motor vehicle fleet back to what it should be, including the IT, information technology area. So we'll talk more about that in particular as we move forward. Employee leave liability, both of those are down for both the school and for the general government. So it ends up that, the change from last year, which is primarily the CIP program, has an increase of just over $4 million or 3.3% change from the previous budget. So moving down, we have the revenue side, which hasn't changed significantly for this year. As you can see, there's very little change. I will point out, though, that we are applying $2.5 million again from our fund balance as we did last year. Now, what that means is that the town of Newington has monies available in what we would call our savings account, but we call it in municipal government the fund balance. So we have a significant amount of money in the fund balance, but this is the second year now that we've applied or proposed to apply $2.5 million. Based upon what is left in that account, we may be able to do that for 2 or 3 more years, but that would then end. So it's something that we need to keep in mind moving forward, that that $2.5 million out of the general fund balance being applied is only a short-term fix to a long-term situation. If we didn't apply the $2.5 million this year, then it would result in a increase in our mill rate, which is down below. And the mill rate currently is at 39.28, excuse me. It was the previous year at 39.45. We reduced it last year to 39.28. I'm proposing to reduce it to 39.10, which is a decrease. And I believe that you'll see as we go forward that there's a real important aspect of decreasing this mill rate for the town of Newington. And the only way we can reduce the mill rate is either reduce expenditures, apply more surplus, have significant economic development growth, or some combination of all three things. Let's take a look at the next slide, James. Okay, what we have here is a further breakdown of our proposed increases in our budget. Now, on the area that's highlighted, you'll see that general government is proposed a 5.2% increase. The public safety is down by 1.21. Public works is down by 4.16. Community planning is down by 3.23. Public health remained steady. Community services is down 4.14, and the public library is down 5.94. Parks and Rec is down 0.79, and in our insurance and miscellaneous is down 7.23. So all that ends up to be an average of a 2.98% reduction on the general government side, or 1.142947 reduction in dollars. So that would indicate that we've really looked very closely at all operating departments to find savings. It's not easy. We did this process last year. We're doing it again this year. But as a town manager of Newington, it is my obligation to find ways to save money, which is one of those three components of reducing the mill rate. Remember, I said earlier, we can do it through reduction of costs, we can do it through more applied surplus, or we can do it through economic growth. Those are the three basic ways in which we control the mill rate. So the general government side has found savings of 1.1242943, and that's primarily from our health insurance as well as reduction in staffing. Next slide, James. Now, I wanted to do a comparison. We did this last year, and we took 16 towns that are in the area that are somewhat comparable to us, and to do a comparison of specific areas of importance to the town. Now, we have Newington highlighted at the top, and then we have two columns that are highlighted on the right side of the page. And, you know, we're comparing ourselves with Farmington, Cromwell, Simsbury, Plainville, Glastonbury, Windsor, Vernon, Rocky Hill, Bloomfield, Wethersfield, South Windsor, Berlin, Southington, Manchester, and West Hartford. All pretty much similar type towns to us. Some of them are a little bit richer than others, but overall, they're pretty comparable for the general public and for the commercial investments, we'll say, of private money. So what we find on the top line of Newington is our population is pretty much static. It's around 30,500 people. Our rating from Moody and S&P is up there, which is great. Capital income, per capita income is an area that I want to focus in on for a moment. As you look through the rest of the 15 towns, you will find that only one town, which is Manchester, has a lower capita income than Newington, which means that all the other towns other than Manchester per person has income higher than the town of Newington. Very important to remember as we go forward. Now, what's good about Newington is that the debt service is very low. As you can see, our debt service is 1.2%. If you go down that other 15 towns, you will find no one is that low. So our debt right now is at about $26 million, which is lower than anyone else, which is a great positive. And per capita debt, in other words, per person, what each person, that 30,662 people, each one of those people owe $942 if we decide to pay off our entire debt. Now, the mill rate, the final column on the right, is of major concern to me. The mill rate for Newington, out of all 16 towns, we are the 5th highest. Now, that is significant for our residents and for our commercial. And I want to just bring it back to, we're at the 5th highest mill rate, but take yourself back to per capita income. We are the 2nd from the bottom as far as income goes. So something is skewed here. Now, I agree that our debt is lower, but our mill rate is extremely high as compared to our competitive towns. And our per capita income is extremely low compared to our competitive towns. So we're somewhat in a jam here because we can't afford to raise this mill rate anymore. And we need to hopefully find the per capita income to be increasing, though I don't know if that's going to occur. We can control the mill rate, but we can't control the per capita income. And we can control the debt of the town, which we'll get into a little bit further as well. But it's very important for everyone to understand that the per capita income, what each person in this town makes, is $39,117. And the mill rate is 39.45. So we're very low on the income side and extremely high on the mill rate side. And both of those work against us. I mean, you can look at some of these towns here, West Hartford at 54,000, Glastonbury's 58, Simsbury 60,000. Like I said, Manchester is the only one that has a lower per capita income of the 16 towns that we studied. Next slide, James. Okay, what we find here is an interesting situation where we're going back 20 years, and we did this last year as well. And we look at the staffing of both the general government and the Board of Education. And we find that our staffing has increased, as has the Board of Education. However, this is a chart that is presented through the audit reports. The audit for this current year is certainly not done yet, but I will tell you that in 2021, the number of town staff will be reduced to the level of about year 2000. We will be reducing down to about 165 employees from the 172. This is a great move in the right direction. This reduction in staffing will save the town about $700,000 a year just on the general government side. I have not gotten the figures from the board side. I think they'll be presenting those on when they meet with the council at their hearing night. But I do want to emphasize that there has been a creeping up of town staff on both sides, but it's to the point that I would have done this last year if I had been here longer to understand the needs of the town. But we're going to be showing about 165 employees in 2021, which is a great achievement. And I give credit to our staff that's on board, that many have taken on new additional duties. And those that wanted to retire and leave, we've encouraged some to do so through some enhancements. But it's the direction we have to be going, because we can't afford to have that mill rate increase. Next slide. Okay, budget history. We've shown this again last year. Basically, it's been growing on both sides, and it has to stop on both sides. We cannot afford to have the budget elements increasing to the rate they are. It's a runaway train right now, and we don't want to have a train wreck. So we really have to focus on holding the line on spending and reducing the spending wherever we can to avoid any further tax increases to the public. In fact, we need to reduce the taxes. Next slide, James. Okay, now we're going to get into some narrative, and it listed what I've already provided to the council, but we've kind of revised it and edited. But I wanted to just go over several things because I think it's important. What is helping us this year, and it's the only thing that's helped us this year, as far as revenue goes, is that we just completed a revaluation of all of the properties in town. And fortunately, a number of businesses in town and some residential have actually increased in value, even though the COVID-19 situation has really taken a hit for everybody. So for the second consecutive year, we're reflecting a reduction in mill rate, primarily because of the additional revenue that we project through the revaluation. If we did not have the revaluation, we would be looking at probably 3 or 4 mill increase. So the reval came at exactly the perfect time. Now, I do want to just talk about my background a little bit, because not everybody knows me, but this is my third go around with Newington. I've been here off and on for the past 50 years. And I think I have a pretty good handle on how Newington should be operating, as well as how other communities throughout the central Connecticut region are operating. And it's important, I think, for everyone to understand that my suggestions and my proposals are not based upon some fad, that they're based upon the reality of running a town efficiently that will provide the future for our children and have our companies grow in town and make this a nice place to live. So I just want to point out that, you know, I was here in the 70s, I left in the 80s, I came back in the 90s, and then left for about 18 years and just came back a year and several months ago. And I feel honored to be here. I think I'm the only town manager in the state that has had 3 go-arounds with the same town. And it is an honor. And I think I do offer a different perspective, but I'm also a guy that calls it like it is. So some people don't take that well, but that's my style, and I don't have time to fool around. We have a very, very important job to do in Newington, and we're going to get it done. Okay, next slide, James. Economic development. When I got here, we talked extensively about one of the roles I would have as economic development. It had been under the oversight of a consultant for a number of years, and I know that I know the consultant personally, and I know he worked very hard to get economic development growing in this town. But I also know that he was facing many, many challenges that prevented him from being as successful as he needed to be to get that grand list growing to keep up with our expenses. So at this moment, the team of economic development staff that has been put together in this town, we're looking at about $150 million of potential development that may take place over the next 12 months. Now, if that doesn't happen, then we're going to talk about that shortly, but we're really in need of having significant economic growth in the town. And I think we're poised to do that. We're working very closely with a number of developers. And some of these developments are already at planning and zoning for review or have been approved. So we're moving in a different direction than we have been in the past. And I have to credit the staff for much of this, which then gets me into the staffing. Even though we're being successful in economic development, we also are, as I said earlier, reducing down the number of employees. Now, it's about 10 full-time employee positions that will be eliminated. Now, some of those positions will become part-time or half-time positions where we'll be sharing some of our employees with other towns, which I'll get into shortly. But we'll be saving close to $700,000 by reducing down the number of staff on the general government side. And I anticipate that we'll continue to do that in the years to come as technology improves and our way of doing business is more efficient. And I think the team concept that we're proposing and supporting with our staff is a key component. So we're doing well. Now, I have added the position of a facilities manager. Now that we have the report on the facilities, we now have I will not say a clear understanding, but we have a better understanding of what we're facing. And it's not good, it's ugly. So we're going to need the services of a facilities manager moving forward. We anticipate, we talked about it last year, there was some effort to get a facility manager position staffed. However, I felt we should wait a year, and the council was gracious enough to allow that to happen. But I think we're ready now. We now have we'll say a plan in place, and we have a map, a roadmap of how we're going to overcome all of the deficiencies that we have with many of the buildings in town. So we will be seeing a new position of the facilities manager, hopefully, if my budget proposal passes. Just to talk about training, when I came back here, there was virtually no training going on. And, team building, leadership, communications, problem solving, mentoring were all items that needed to be provided to not only our administrative staff, but we also have what's called municipal administrative training, which is a MAT class that provides upward mobility training for those employees at the lower ranks that have a desire to move up. Personally, I'm one of those people that moved up from the very bottom, mowing grass and picking up trash, to being the town manager of this town. It's very important that we have all of our level of staffing trained to the maximum and working as teams rather than the way it was when I first got here. Next slide, James. Strategic plan. I'm proposing that the town council consider utilizing the services of a professional firm to assist the council and the administration in developing an all-inclusive strategic plan. What I find after being away for the 18 years that I was, the town has really not gone down the same path year after year. And that's been part of what the problem that's developed now into the somewhat crisis mode of financing. We need to develop a plan that makes sense for the town, that will be implemented and followed through the future until the next strategic plan is developed. We can't deviate. We have to follow the same path. What I see is that depending on the administration, depending on the elected body, there's been other priorities given to trying to achieve what is pretty simple and to understand in achieving. It's not rocket science, but you have to stick with the plan, good times and bad times to have it work the way it's supposed to work. Just like in our own personal lives, you can't operate daily and for your whole life without having a plan. So it's the same thing. Virtually everything I talk about here are things that you can use or you probably are using in your personal life. So it's not, like I said, rocket science. It's just basic good leadership by our elected and appointed officials. There is a phrase on the second bullet down under town buildings that I'll get to shortly, but like I said, we've had this, all of our buildings inspected, analyzed, categorized, and prioritized in relation to current conditions, the cost for improvements in developing a schedule of events. It's still in its infancy. We still have a lot of work to do before we actually implement, but it gives us now the basic tools that we're going to need moving forward. What I would like all of you, all the people in the public, and certainly all of our elected officials, is to really zero in on the second bullet and what is quoted. Need must take priority over want. I don't think that's been the rule for a long time around here, based upon what conditions we have with a lot of our infrastructure. It appears that the want has been taken a priority over the needs, and now we're faced with roofs that need replacing, HVAC that need replacing, windows, parking lots, the whole gambit, the street system. Let's just go through these. Public safety radio system, it's reached its end of its life cycle. We were to be putting money away to replace that system. We put a tower at the high school. I worked on that myself and negotiated the deal. Monies that were received every year from that tower were to go into a reserve fund to be expended when it was necessary. And now we're facing what's necessary. However, the fund is pretty empty. So that's going to be a major cost to the town. That a portion of it could have been funded if we had just put the money away and not touched it. Information technology, of all the things we're dealing with over the last 20, 30, 40 years, information technology has been improved and streamlined, and we need to take advantage of that. We need to use our information technology to reduce the cost of operating our town. Streets and sidewalks, we were on a 20-year cycle where your street and your neighborhood would be repaved every 20 years. You're now seeing it's taking upwards of 27 years because that particular infrastructure has been underfunded for the last 15, 20 years, where instead of spending $1.5 million a year on road work, we have been spending less than $900,000. And it's coming back to bite us, where we now have roads that are not acceptable, particularly in the town of Newington that always had the best roads. So we need to play catch up and bring this back to the 20-year cycle. And again, that's part of what's in the capital improvement proposal of the $4 million to start that process. But again, I want to just emphasize, need must take priority over want. If you can just put that into your thinking, it would help immensely. Okay, next slide. Okay, motor vehicles. We had a plan that was developed years ago where every motor vehicle coming into the fleet had a date certain of years of life expectancy, when it would be replaced, and how much it would cost to replace it. There was a depreciation schedule that was designed to indicate that if you bought a vehicle for $100,000 and it was going to last 10 years, then you would have to put into the replacement program under the depreciation schedule $10,000 with an inflation factor. Once again, that was never followed. And now we have vehicles. We have a 27-year-old dump truck, for an example, that we use as one of our first line vehicles for snow plowing. their life expectancy is probably 15 to 20 years, and we're driving around 27-year-old vehicles. Not the way we should be doing it. Highlighted the key to success of all 5 of the infrastructure entities discussed above is that the plans adopted in the future must be followed as they're presented. We can't take and move things around because it's only short-circuiting the system to where we have vehicles that should be out of the fleet that aren't out of the fleet, and we're depending on those vehicles because we can't afford to buy new ones. Alternative fuels, solar is going to be a big push over the next couple of years by me. I'm a true believer in solar as an alternative fuel for our buildings. They can offset the cost of these buildings upwards of $5 million over the next 20 years if we just put solar on 8 or 10 of our buildings. We could have done this 20 years ago and saved that money, but we didn't. So I want to make a commitment that we're going to do it. We had alternative fuel vehicles 20 years ago, compressed natural gas vehicles. We had police cruisers and town administrative vehicles that were operating on alternative fuel, compressed natural gas. We had the Connecticut Natural Gas Company come in and install a $250,000 pumping station on Garfield Street. Well, we have only 2 hybrid vehicles in our fleet right now. We have no compressed natural gas pumping station any longer. Shared internal services. I am convinced that we must look at how we, the general government, and how the school department operate and find efficiencies by eliminating duplication and unnecessary staffing as staff retires and move on. If we were running a business, we would never run the business the way we're running it. We would go broke and be out of business. So we need to take this seriously, that we need to share services, and we have a number of ideas on that. And in fact, I know there'll be a meeting coming up shortly with the committee on the joint shared services. Regionalization. I'm currently meeting with 4 other town managers, Rocky Hill, Berlin, Cromwell, and Weathersfield, to see if we can share services at that level. We just found that we're merging our efforts together with Weathersfield on the dog warden program, or I forget what the official name is, but animal control officer. We're going to have a meeting of the minds with Weathersfield, and it's actually going to reduce our cost and their cost. And that's what we need to do in all aspects with other towns as we move forward. We can't continue to do duplicated services that are unnecessarily expensive, where we can merge together and cut those costs. We also are doing a program with, I won't identify the school yet, but we're going to do a mentoring program that will help young students from the inner cities to be prepared to work for municipal government, and not come in as the low level, but maybe come in as mid-level through a mentoring program that our department heads will be working with those students on a multi-year program to prepare them for entry level and then upward mobility. It's a way in which we're responding to the issues that have been in the paper over the last year, dealing with Black Lives Matter and so forth. And we're very serious about this. And we have, if it works, we're going to challenge the other towns to do the same thing and get as many of these kids that are not given opportunity to turn it around and provide them opportunities that others have enjoyed for years. Next slide, James. Okay. Yeah, diversity. I just mentioned that with the school mentoring program. The railroad station. Now, since I've been back, oh, you went too far. Okay. Since I've been back, there's been discussions about a railroad station either on Cedar Street or up at the north end at the old train station. And my suggestion here is, I know some people have voiced their opinion saying we don't need a train station. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of time. Well, based upon my conversations with those that are investing money, millions of dollars into this town, the train station is a key aspect that they are looking at to be built and to serve those that may be living in their complexes. So I think it would help the town and the residents and the commercial sector to have a railroad station in Newington. I just am asking that, let's get down to brass tacks and get this thing moving, because we don't want to have the state ignore us and have others have this opportunity while we sit here and not pursue it. So I would suggest that, there hasn't been a lot of effort that I've seen, but I'm willing to take anybody with me, and let's go fight to get this railroad station wherever you as a council want it to be. Cedar Crest Hospital property, it's about 50 acres that the state has basically abandoned. The buildings still remain. Some of them have been gutted, others have been environmentally cleaned up. It's in our town. It's right on the border of Wethersfield. It's at the highest point in the town. It has lots of opportunities for open space, possibly some economic development along Russell Road. I think we should pursue that and get the state to turn that property over to us in some fashion and expand our open space, as well as possible expansion of economic development. Because if these projects that we're working on now go through, there won't be much land left in this town for development, which gets me into the whole other issue of we need to look at redevelopment of existing properties. And we can't build more land. There's only so much land available, but we can build up if that's what's necessary to maybe take some of these 1-story buildings and turn them into 4 or 3-story office buildings that will generate business and provide employment opportunities for our residents as well as others, and grow our grand list. Final is the Charter Revision Commission. I think it's been about 10 years since the last charter revision occurred in Newington. We know there are a number of issues that need to be addressed, and I think it would be timely for the council to consider forming a new Charter Revision Commission and see where that leads. And then again, that will work in conjunction with everything else I've talked about here, because it all is somehow tied together. Next slide. Okay, in closing, while the town continues to battle the ongoing impacts of COVID-19, my staff and I have developed a reasonable operating and CIP proposal that addresses the needs of the town with significant consideration as to the residents and commercial sectors' ability to pay. And I would ask all of you to understand the following statement. And we've kind of adopted this for our staff now. Need must take priority over want. We do this in our personal lives every day. You cannot go to the grocery store and not buy food, but go out and buy a new car. You may want a new car, but you need the food. We have to start thinking like that as a municipality. Next slide, James. Okay, we're back to the beginning of where we started, but I do want to point out a couple of things that I think are critical. We talk about our economic development where we're hoping to get $150 million worth of growth over the next year or two. Now, understand that $150 million could generate in the area of between $3 and $3.25 million annually if it were all to come to fruition, which sounds like a lot of money. But I want to remind you all that in the middle of that page that you're looking at, there's an amount of, where is it? Where did it go? It's the applied surplus. Okay, maybe it's not in this page. But just keep in mind that we are applying $2.5 million each year right now for offsetting the budget increase. That's going to dry up in another 2 years, 3 years. So the growth in the economic development could be an offset to when that fund balance cannot be transferred any longer. But there's a third element here that, you know, and I know nobody wants me to talk about it, but I'm your town manager and I have to say what I think. You built a town hall recently for $30 million or $28 million, whatever it is. That's going to cost you, starting next year, about $1.5 million annually. There's a lot of talk about the referendum for Anne Arundel School for 35 or 36 million, for which we will end up having to pay, we'll say 17 million. That will cost the town about $1.2 million annually for 20 years. So if you take the applied surplus of $2.5 million, that's going to dry up in a couple of years. So you can't count on that for the long term. And if you take the economic development that's on the table, if it comes to fruition, that will offset the deficiency of the fund balance. If it comes and it gets built, that still leaves your bonding issue hanging out there, where you've already committed $1.5 million for 20 years now for the town hall, and you're about to consider committing $1.2 million a year for 20 years for Anne Arundel. And I want to just remind all of you, you must have need taking priority over want. I think when you did the town hall, there was more of a want than a need. And unfortunately, if I were here, I would have resisted the new town hall, as I really question spending all this money on Anne Arundel. I know it's politically very controversial, but we have to look at the reality of what we can afford. We can't go broke, and we can't afford to have our seniors that are on fixed incomes having more and more taxes to pay every year. Something's got to stop. And I'm just suggesting, and I'm the messenger here, that you as a council and you as a public really have to think about and rethink about what it is you're doing with the town of Newington, because based upon what I've just presented tonight, if you continue down this path, then you're going to fail. And how that failure is handled, I don't quite know. I would not want to see us end up bankrupt or something, but you don't have the revenue, folks, and you have the expenses, and we're trying to cut those expenses by cutting the staff and cutting wherever we can cut. But we can't continue to cut the renovations of the buildings or the streets or the IT or the radio system. So we're in a pickle, and I'm trying to help you out of it. So I think I've said everything that I can possibly say, but please consider, and don't take any offense to anything I said. I'm not blaming anybody. It is what it is, and I'm just trying to help find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman, for that very thorough presentation. For the members of the public, we will, as a council, be receiving several department updates later this evening in our regular meeting and in subsequent meetings throughout March and into April. And so with that, we will open it up. This is a public hearing for the purpose of the public to be able to ask questions. So we will open it up to members of the public who would like to participate. If you're in the Zoom application, you may do so by raising your hand in the participants window at the bottom. And if you are phoning in, *9 will allow you to raise your hand and be recognized within the meeting as well. And I'm going to move over to our attendees window on my side. And the first person that I see, the caller ID says Neil J. Ryan.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you could just say your name and address for the
Yes.
record, then go ahead.
Sure. Good evening, Neil Ryan, 237 Brockett Street, the heart of Newington. I want to briefly discuss a couple of points. Well, first of all, I want to thank the town manager for saying that he supports the train station. I think that's really important. And it might say it's not going to really cost the town anything because, as I understand it, the state is going to construct the train station. So first of all, I want to get that on the record that I'm very glad the town manager supports the train station. Second point I want to note, and the town manager already discussed it in some depth, that he had comprised an economic development team, and that this economic development team has estimated upwards of $150 million of new development over the next 12 months. Just a couple of questions. Who makes up that team? And now $150 million in development, that's quite a lot of development. And I mean, what kind of development are we talking about here? Is Amazon moved their headquarters here? Or is, use the term of assisting investors, are we looking at a hedge fund moving to Newington? Or, things I'd like to have answers to. The other point I want to know is that I'm troubled by the town manager's decision to reduce the Board of Ed's proposed budget, which had a minuscule proposed increase of 0.08%. That he's decided to reduce that to 0. I think personally that Newington's public school system represents the town's greatest natural resource. A town with an outstanding public school system, it's a huge plus for Newington. A good public school system, it makes young families with kids consider buying a home in and moving to Newington. It can only be a plus for property values. People who are opposed to fully funding the Board of Ed budget may, of course, say that, it's going to result in an increase in their property taxes. Maybe, maybe not. However, if my property taxes need to be increased in order to fully fund the Board of Ed, then increase my property taxes. And I have no problem with that because I would look at that as an investment in my town's future, and I would look at it as money well spent. The other thing I want to ask, one of the slides showed the per capita income in Newington at about $39,000, and it showed the population of Newington is 30,100 people or so. Does that per capita income, does that based on every man, woman, and child in Newington, the 30,000 plus people in Newington? Because that kind of would kind of skewer the figure. I mean, you're talking about if you're including children, in that it's kind of it's not really an accurate figure. So I question that. Is that what the per capita income represents? Every man, woman, and child in Newington? Can anybody answer that? No.
For public participation, we don't usually engage.
Yeah, I know. You're right.
But perhaps later we'll be able to do that.
You're right. And so I mean, those are my basic points. The other thing I want to know is that, let's see, the town manager did know in his presentation that I believe he's basically looking to hire another consultant to develop a strategic plan in working with the town council. Now, consultants aren't cheap. What do we plan to pay them? And finally, just one last point, addressed to everybody, is that everyone should realize that the town manager works for the town council, not vice versa. And thank you for your time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Have a good evening.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just checking the attendees window one more time to see if there's anyone else with their hand raised. I do not see anyone else in the public who is looking to participate in the meeting. So I take it back. Someone just raised their hand. Hold on one second. The caller ID says Michael. If you would please identify yourself and state your address as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Del Buono. This is Michael Branda, 77 Coronado Drive. I'm also a member of the Newington Board of Ed. Just really quick, because I know you want to get to the next part of your meeting, but I was concerned that there was no mention to dropping the Board of Ed budget to a 0% increase, specifically since I know that our superintendent has made it very clear that this budget is a budget of need and not a budget of want. So I believe we sent it on the 25th of February, and within days it was already set to a 0. So I'm not sure what type of communication happened with the Newington staff to get us to a 0, but from the work that the staff put in and then seeing it in the town manager's budget, it doesn't look like the town manager really considered the work that went into getting that budget request to the 0.84%. And also, I wasn't really sure, Mr. Town Manager, if you were saying what it sounded like you were saying, but it sounded as though you were trying to say that the Anna Reynolds project could be viewed as more of a want than a need. So I just wanted to quickly address that if you were implying that, I would ask that you take a full tour of Anna Reynolds. I know that you were there to look at the roof leaks back in February, but I would really hope that you take the invitation to do a full tour with Dr. Brummett or Principal Smith and just really look around at what that school needs. And I think if you do that, you'll see very clearly what over 70% of the voters saw, and that this project, unfortunately, at this point is a need and not a want. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Branda. You as well. Okay, and those are the only two members of public that are currently in the attendees window. So I think we are safe to say that there is no one else there to raise their hand. With that, the time right now is 6:52. So we will end the public hearing and we will call the town council regular meeting to order at 7 p.m. We are using the same Zoom link. So counselors, you can either mute and shut your cameras off until then or whatever you choose to do, but I will call the next meeting to order at 7 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Hey, James.
Yes, sir.
Megan sent me the link over because nobody had sent me a link. So you might want to change her name to mine, or is she going to have problems logging on?
No, she should be fine. I'll make the change on your name right now.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, counselors, we have about 1 more minute, just giving you a little heads up.
25 seconds, actually.
All right, 25 seconds.
We start on time around here.
As long as my clock doesn't flip to 7:01, we're good.
Or my computer doesn't disconnect from my internet.
Accurate.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And it is 7 o'clock, Your Honor.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Newington Town Council regular meeting of Tuesday, March 9th, 2021. We are calling the meeting to order at 7 p.m. If you would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. All right, we will move to our roll call, please.
Counselor Anist. Counselor Anist. Counselor Braverman.
They're both inside of our conference room. It looks like they're having a problem with the microphone.
Okay, Counselor Budraco.
Here.
Counselor Camillo.
Here.
Counselor Donahue.
Here.
Counselor Mankey.
Here.
Counselor Minor.
Here.
Counselor Nagel.
Here.
Mayor Del Buono.
Here. All right, thank you. Everyone is present. We will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is approval of the agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Mankey. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Camillo. Any discussion on the agenda? All right, hearing none, we will do a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist. Counselor Braverman. Counselor Budraco.
Yes.
Counselor Camillo.
Yes.
Counselor Donahue.
Yes.
Counselor Mankey.
Yes.
Counselor Minor. Counselor Minor. Counselor Nagel.
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes. All right, motion carries. It sounds like 6 affirmative, and there were 3 that we didn't hear, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I see Counselor Anist and Counselor Minor and Counselor Braverman on screen. Can you wave to me if you can hear us? Okay. So I'm not sure what's happening with your audio, but we did take a vote on approval of agenda. And we will move on. I'm not sure if there's any way for you to signal an affirmative with a thumbs up if you're not able to, and a thumbs down as we move through the agenda. If that's possible, we can try that. At least it would somehow signal. Is that an acceptable way of doing it, James, if we have them on camera?
We do have it on the video, but it won't show up on our normal screen. It'll only show up on our block screen.
Okay. Trying to, okay, I will figure it out as we go. I'm going to try to make them the speaker view so that I can see them more clearly. All right, the next item is technology wonderful, is public participation. At this point, any member of the public may choose to join us. If you are in the Zoom application, you can raise your hand in the bottom of the participants window and you will be recognized. And if you are calling in, you can use the *9 function on your phone in order to raise your hand. And I will check our attendees window now to see if any members of the public would like to be recognized under public participation. Right now I see 2 members of the public. I don't see any hands up, but I will just wait a moment to make sure they have time to access the application appropriately if they choose. Okay, no one has their hands up. We will move on. Did any counselors receive any email correspondence?
I didn't see any.
Okay, nor did I.
Oh.
All right, we will move on to remarks by counselors on public participation. So tonight was a bit unique. I don't see any council hands up. I just quickly wanted to say we did have a public hearing just prior to this meeting. We did have a couple members of the public join us, and a couple of questions were posed. Mr. Ryan had asked Mr. Chapman if you would clarify, and I'm not sure if you're able to do so now. If not, we could reach out to him at a later time, but he was asking about the EDC team that you had put together, kind of who was on the team and what kind of development we have, because you had mentioned a certain dollar figure. And he had also asked about the per capita income and what that's based on. If you're able to answer that now, if you might want to.
Sure. The per capita, I checked with our finance director, which this information came from the annual audits that are done by every municipality. We don't know if it includes the children, but we know that it is the same measurement, whether it's including the children in every town or excluding the children of every town. It may be just those that are that are income eligible that are counted, but we're going to double check to see. So we'll have that information for the next meeting, certainly. As far as the team of economic development goes, the town assessor, the zoning enforcement officer, the planner, and several out of my office all work on economic development, as well as every other staff member. We are encouraging all of our staff to do whatever they can to assist the local businesses, the local residents. And if they hear of a business that may want to come into Newington, let us know. We will then make contact to them. So it's a specific team that is dealing with economic development and making contacts and decisions and discussions. Certainly the finance office is heavily involved. So everybody is working as part of the economic team in the town, but we have specific people that are assigned, including myself.
Did you want to comment at all on the types of development that you have? I know we have talked about a few, at least at the council table, so those are public.
Yeah, the types of development that we're looking at right now range from retail development to apartment, other types of housing. You know, it's a mix, and we're very fortunate to have this type of situation during the COVID-19. So we're just lucky to be even talking with these people from all over the country that are looking to develop in Newington. But it's not isolated to one particular type of development, no.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chapman, for indulging us in answering those questions this evening. Mr. Ryan, if I forgot anything, you can always feel free to reach out by email to the town manager or myself in order to get your questions answered. I see that Councilor Menke has his hand up. Go ahead, Councilor Menke.
I just had one question. The per capita income, however it's figured for Newington the same way as the other towns. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. That's correct.
So it is a true comparison from one town to the other because it's all done on the same formula, whatever the formula is.
All the columns on that sheet are equal in all respects from town to town, yes.
Thank you. That's important going forward. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilor Menke. All right, so we are all set with public participation and remarks. We will move on now to consideration of old business. And the first item on our agenda is the health update regarding COVID-19. Mr. Chapman, I'd ask you to start. I see that we do have Charles Brown from Central Connecticut Health District, as well as Megan Menke, our Emergency Services Director. So Mr. Chapman, do you want to get us started?
Yeah, well, I just wanted, I've asked Megan Menke to update us on the vaccination program. She's heavily involved in that. And then I've asked Mr. Brown to comment on the situation with the governor's change recently this week on opening up and so forth, and how that is going to impact, in his view, on going forward with what we've talked about 2 weeks ago, still being in the red zone. But so I think we should open up with Megan for 5 minutes. She can just update you on how many vaccines, what we have scheduled, and who's gotten those vaccines, and then we'll move on to Mr. Brown.
Great, thank you.
So Megan, you're on.
Good evening, Megan. Welcome.
Hi, how are you? Thank you. So here in Newington specifically, we've had four clinics, 3 at the senior center and 1 at the high school last week. We have 3 more scheduled. It's hard to keep them all straight, so I'm checking my notes to make sure this is accurate. We have 3 more scheduled. 1 is at the high school tomorrow, and we have 2 more at the senior center, 1 this Friday and 1 next week. As of this coming Friday, we'll have vaccinated 400 of our most at-risk residents. So we're prioritizing 65 and up or 55 and up with functional or access needs. And that's just at the senior center. I believe we had 200 last week. So that's 600 that will have vaccinated by Friday. Plus, I don't know the exact number that they're doing tomorrow at NHS. Probably around 800 vaccines have been given out by Newington in Newington between NHS and the senior center as of Friday. Beyond that, the clinic for this week at the senior center, I will say that is full. And that's for anyone, we're advertising it and we're pushing people to call to get on wait lists for that. But I do want to say that the one that is this week is full. So we do have one additional clinic that the senior center, who is doing an amazing job. I just want to give them a shout out. They are doing the scheduling for those. So if you are 65 and up, or you are 55 and up, and you do have a functional or access need, call the senior center, and they are prioritizing that group for the clinic that's next week. If you are 55 and up and don't have those other needs, but you're having trouble finding an appointment, you can also call the senior center and get on a wait list. There is no guarantee that they will be able to service you because they are prioritizing the most at risk people, and we only have this one last clinic scheduled. But definitely give them a call. I sent James the information, so give the senior center a call. You can also call them or myself or contact me if you're having trouble finding an appointment. And either the senior center staff or myself will try to everything we possibly can to assist you in getting an appointment. Or there's also the vaccine assist line that's up there as well, that 877 number that people can call. Beyond Newington, CERT has assisted with 12 clinics so far in the 4 towns, and we have 20 more on our schedule. And they've put in, I know I do this every time and I get on my little soapbox to praise CERT, but they have put in over 500 man hours at these clinics. And CERT is the Community Emergency Response Team for those who don't know. And they are an amazing group of volunteers that, these clinics wouldn't be possible without them in all 4 of our towns. So we do have clinics scheduled through April 16th, and that's both first dose and second dose clinics in all 4 of CCHD's towns. Beyond that, we'll be looking at, by then, I believe, 35 to 44 eligibility will be open. So we'll be looking at, and it'll be warmer. So we'll be looking at moving away from the senior center model to a more regional effort. There's been talk of doing something at the Berlin Fairgrounds. I don't know if Charlie wants to touch on that, but that would be a good point to turn it over to him.
Yep, thank you, Megan. And I do have to say, the CERT teams have done an excellent job in supporting us, as always. Can't thank them enough, and thank you enough for your support and Newington support of all 4 of our towns in those efforts. So yes, at the end of April, we are looking at transitioning from targeted population to much broader, more mass vaccination clinics. So we are looking and in discussions with the Berlin Fairgrounds to be able to do drive-through clinics there in a more mass vaccination style, similar to what we did with flu clinics last year. So, we are in that transition point right now. Speaking of numbers, as far as that goes with Newington, as of today, the total number of cases, 2,383. The deaths still stand at 101, which is good. Overall numbers of cases across the state continue to go down. So we're actually seeing the map turn a lot more colors than red, which is a good thing. So the governor last week did actually come out with the proposal to do some more broader reopening based upon those numbers heading down. Specifically opening things like libraries and things of that nature. So we are very close in Newington to being out of the red, as we had mentioned last time. That was one of the key indicators that we were looking at, and hopefully by the time we get to March 19th, we will be out of the red. Right now, I believe you're right on the cusp at about 15.1. So just into the red alert level. So I think that with that, the conversation of reopening absolutely needs to move forward. I had some conversation with Bill DeMayo and Parks and Rec about the potential of opening up programs like yoga and exercises, things of that nature. So, as we move forward, being able to look at individual weather programs is absolutely on the table.
Great news. Wonderful. I know I've gotten a lot of questions about the library, and you had mentioned that as a possible kind of soft start option. Are you still thinking about that?
Yeah, I believe that that's still something, we definitely want to talk to the director and make sure that they're comfortable moving forward. If they have any other questions or have any other needs to be able to support their staff, would be important at this time. But I know that, we had worked with them to provide, some technical support on reopening in the past. I think that a lot of the things that they had may be in place to be able to do that, but that's definitely something that we could help to support.
That's great news. And hopefully our numbers will keep going in the right direction so we can keep doing those efforts.
Yeah, I mean, I am concerned, and being a public health person, I always have to be the professional pessimist in this situation. So we were notified late last week that we had one case in Rocky Hill of the B.117 variant, which is the UK variant. So we have an active case within our district. So with one case, we know that there's others. So it is something that we do need to watch. So that variant is about 5 times more infectious than the basic strain of COVID.
Wow.
So the possibility of it spreading a lot faster exists. So as we're actually moving forward and we're doing so well with the reopening and vaccinations, I urge everyone to continue to get your vaccinations if you have the opportunity. But at the same time, practice those 3 W's: wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask. It is critically important, especially as we're at this transition phase, that we don't forget all the preventive measures that have kept us safe thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. I really hope people are listening to the wear your mask piece because it's imperative. I mean, I work in a public school, and I know the only reason we haven't had a huge transmission rate in our school is because we are really cautious and using those precautions and not spending, we try, even for meetings, we try not to be in the same room for more than 30 minutes at a time. Everything's less than 30 minutes, always with a mask, more than 6 feet. And we're really diligent about that. And we've been very lucky so far because of those measures. So I hope we continue.
And I absolutely agree. I think that, we've really shown that the basic public health precautions that we can utilize have big impacts in limiting this disease. And we've also shown that when we don't pay attention to those, that we see a rise in cases. So, let's not forget the lessons of this past year. We're just now turned 1 year in cases as far as in the pandemic. So let's make sure that this is a year that we remember those lessons and we're able to move forward into a better year as we go forward.
Mm-hmm. Charles, one quick question. In terms of the variants, I know there's a few now. How do you know if you have a variant? So in other words, is every COVID testing for that, or do you have to test a certain way for that?
No, what they do is they actually they do a certain percentage of the labs. And I think there's only 5 or 6 labs in the state of Connecticut that have the ability to serotype for what different type of virus that it is. So initially people test, and they test to say that you have COVID or you don't. And really there's no difference in treatment between those two. So if you have COVID, you have COVID. But then if it's within one of those labs and they have the ability to serotype it, they do serotype it to determine what strain that they're actually dealing with. In addition to that, there's a lot of other surveillance activities that are going on in some communities throughout the state. They're actually testing wastewater to be able to see if they actually pick up different types of viruses. They're doing this in a lot of places around the country. For example, in Houston, they're actually testing, and they found that 30 out of the 39 wastewater systems in Houston actually have the UK variant in it, so they're seeing widespread transmission in that particular area. So, there's a variety of ways that they test. Unfortunately, they don't test everyone. So we are looking and seeing, similar to what we had at the beginning of the pandemic, that when we see one of these cases, that there probably are 5 to 8 cases that we don't test to find of that particular strain that are out in the community.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. It's hard to imagine something being 5 times more contagious than what we've already seen with COVID. So that's frightening to me to hear that, but.
Yeah, it's not a fun thought, but once again, the same things that keep you safe from the basic COVID will keep you safe from the variants itself. So keep up with the preventive measures and it'll protect you from all the strains.
Great, thank you. Any other council comment or question? I don't see any hands up, but anybody else like to chime in? Councilor Mankey?
Yeah, just again would thank the health district for all their efforts on our behalf. Again, it's almost the year anniversary, and it would be hard to believe we'd be doing this a whole year from last year. But I appreciate all your efforts, and I thank you for all your work you do on our behalf.
It's our pleasure and our honor.
Councilor Nagel?
Thank you, Charles, once again for being here and giving us the reality and a checkup in terms of how we are doing as a town in terms of moving out of the red, so to speak. I attended a library meeting last night, and the topic came up concerning their opening. And I do know from what Lisa Maston, the head librarian, had said, that there are protocols, there are plastic shields, for lack of a better word, and configurations that were in place previously when there was an attempt to open it to some extent. And I know they're more than willing to do whatever they can do to serve the community to open up in one way or another with your guidance. So they're ready, and they're willing, based upon what you recommend, to in some way or another to open the library in one form or another after the end of April. I thought this was an appropriate time to share that with you and with everyone else.
Yep. Well, thank you, David. I really appreciate that.
All right, Councilor Minor. Chris, are you there?
Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes, I can. Councilor Minor, go right ahead.
This isn't gonna work. Hold on. No.
Councilor
Yeah,
Minor?
I just wanted to ask Charles if there was a way.
Oh, we lost you. It just went to mute again. We heard you say to ask Charles if there is a way.
If there's a way to give a bonus to all my employees.
No.
Carol, we can hear you.
You can go ahead and give us a breakdown, not necessarily tonight, but on the desks, on demographics, and then nursing home. It's my understanding the state has categorized them if they're permanent residents of a home or a group home, that they're classified to Newington. Am I correct in that or no?
I'd have to look into that, Chris, just to find out how they're categorizing the deaths. I have not seen breakdowns, among the death statistics themselves. So that would have to be something that I'd have to dig into.
Okay, if you could, just for future reference, I would just be interested in that information. And in terms of the reopening, is it feasible working with the town manager to come up with a date and a baseline to reopening of whatever it may be, the orange being capped at 14 per 100,000, that if we stay within that range that we can reopen, and if we go to whatever you subjectively choose for a level on the high side that we would consider, reprogramming and closing again. Is that something feasible? So at least our residents have something to look forward to versus just a reset whenever the time comes?
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem working with Keith to come up with a plan to be able to do that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think that would be a great deal of residents being able to look forward to something based on the numbers that we have at hand. And as you stated, we just continue to be coming down over the last few weeks. If we can keep that same curve, it'd be nice to get some of our programming back in place.
Oh, I agree. And, you see me here professionally pessimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic that we can hang on to this as it gets warmer, as we can actually start to do more things outside and bring some normalcy back to our communities.
I'm just getting concerned with people's mental health at this state. And if we can get that, it would be a great deal of help.
No, I understand.
Okay, all set, Chris? All right,
Thank you.
Counselor Camillo.
One question, you had said the UK strain is about 5 times more contagious. And since a lot of people are getting the vaccine now and they're feeling safe to go out, you still have to wear the mask, you still should distance. How likely is that to take hold over us as we get through our red zone and then moving forward? Are more people going to get sick again come June, July?
It's possible. I mean, I think that a lot of it is kind of in our hands. And the vaccination efforts, I think, are going to make a big difference with respect to that. I know the Johnson & Johnson vaccine has been tested against the UK variants and the other ones because it came out in the testing that it underwent actually included, some of those variants just because of the time that it was under trial. But I think a lot of, what we see in the future is really in our hands on how we actually react. The virus is going to be out there, and it's going to be something that we're going to have to learn how to manage and live with. And hopefully through our efforts for vaccination, hopefully through our efforts in being able to still use our preventive measures appropriately, that we're going to really bring this to the level to where we deal with it more seasonally, and we're able to get it down to the point of, more like the flu, to where it's an endemic disease. So, that's the goal, is to get it to the point to where we're managing the virus and the virus isn't managing our society. So come June or July, I think it's, even with the infectious nature of the variants that we see, it really is up to us to be able to keep those cases down. I am concerned, and I always will be concerned when we're going into phases of travel. So, as we come into spring break, into April vacation, I ask all the parents and everyone, everybody's been cooped up for a year. And the ability for us to be able to go out and travel restrictions and mandates being relaxed, I think are really going to have give people an opportunity to go out and travel and do things that they haven't been able to do for some time. But we need to be smart about how we actually accomplish that, because if we're not, especially going places where they have higher cases and different variants, we have the ability to bring those things back home. So, even as we are reopening, even as we are starting to look at, becoming more normal, as I said, we can't lose the lessons that we've gained through hard effort this past year. If we do, we really do stand to lose a hell of a lot more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council comment or question? Excuse me. All right, I don't see any other hands up. Thank you, Megan and Charles. as always, for your help with all of this.
And thank you, and happy to be here.
All right, stay well, guys. We will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is Town Hall project update. Mr. Chapman?
Yes, it's winding down. They'll be starting up the paving if the weather holds now the way it is. If today's an example, we're going to be paving sooner than what we thought. But we're coming to the final, push, we'll say. So I don't have anything else to report. We're still closed to the public until Charlie gives us the okay. And, we're continuing to do some minor, we'll say retrofitting where necessary, and repairing where necessary. But it's shaping up very well, we'll say at this point. I will just announce, though, it looks like we're going to be relocating the war memorial to the between the library and the town hall, where the generator was. That slab is perfect for the memorial monument, and it just would make sense to save money. And it actually is a little bit more cozy over there than it would be in the front parking lot. So I've contacted Michael J. Fox. He kind of represents the military on this, and asked him to consider looking at the site and let me know what his thoughts were. So I'm waiting to hear back from him. But at this point, we anticipate a Memorial Day service. There will not be a parade, but there will be a service held at the new town hall.
Yeah, I could just add that I did speak with Fran Yvonne from the National Guard this week, who's also on the parade committee. And I want to say Colonel Yvonne, but I don't want to get his rank wrong. It may be Lieutenant Colonel. I'm not positive. So I apologize that I don't know his rank.
He's a general.
He is a general. See, I knew I was going to get it wrong. I greatly apologize. He doesn't identify himself that way because he's so down to earth. So I wasn't sure of that. So General Yvonne did give me a call the other day to talk about the monument and the service. And so just so everybody knows, we are, I talked to Mr. Chapman to make sure that he would be working with them on making sure the ceremony can at least move on, even if we aren't able to do a parade, and depending on whatever the size capacity is at that point, how the ceremony would have to happen, but at least a minimal ceremony at the least would be able to happen. And if the monument is in place, that we would be able to, utilize that as part of the ceremony as we have in the past. So, I'll keep you guys updated as I know, and Mr. Chapman as well, if you hear any more. All right, I don't see any hands up, so we will move on to the next item, which is library roof update. Mr. Chapman, you're busy this evening.
Yes, well, I'm happy to report that the leak in the library roof has been identified. We brought in the contractor that is warrantying that roof. They found the leak, they fixed it, at least in the area that it was leaking. However, there's still there's going to be a need for portions of the older roof areas to be replaced. But at this point, everything is fine and everything's been dried up, so we're in good shape.
Yeah, that's great news. I know there were a lot of questions and comments out there in the public this week, so I'm glad to hear the update. I hope people are listening. Any council comment or question on that? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. The next item this evening is the long-awaited affordable housing plan. The councilors were provided with a copy of the draft plan in our packets that were delivered this week, and it's also in our drives on our computers. So we have had an opportunity to at least take a look at it. My understanding is that we have Mr. Glenn Chalder with us this evening. I'm looking, there you are, Glenn. Hi, welcome. And if you would, I would gladly yield the floor to you to go ahead and give us the news.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I've put together a PowerPoint to kind of provide an overview of the plan, and James has graciously agreed to press the forward button. So James, whenever you're ready, if you would tee up the PowerPoint, that'd be wonderful. Thank you so much. The state adopted legislation back in 2017, which required that municipalities prepare an affordable housing plan. I had the pleasure of working with the Town Plan and Zoning Commission on the Plan of Conservation and Development. It seemed like a natural outgrowth of that, and so my work on that plan continued. We could do the next slide, James. That'd be great. Every community in Connecticut is required to prepare and adopt one of these plans by June of 2022, and then updated every 5 years thereafter. We're not quite sure exactly what the state is going to be doing with these plans, but again, it's going to raise awareness of issues related to housing in each community, and hopefully that there will be state support moving forward. The plan is supposed to specify how the municipality intends to increase the number of affordable housing developments in the municipality. I wish the legislation had said the number of affordable housing opportunities or housing opportunities in general, because the phrase affordable housing development is sort of defined in the statute as a very particular kind of development, and it can be a very kind of contentious issue. Next slide, please, James. The town had established a housing needs study committee, and they had done work over the years and surveys of housing needs and supporting housing efforts in the community. That committee was refreshed for the preparation of this plan. The members were Carol Ines from the council, Mike Camillo, Steve Woods from the Town Plan and Zoning Commission, Bill Hall from the Interfaith Housing Corporation, and Maureen Lynch. I staffed it with the assistance of Craig Miner, and now we'll be working with Renata as the plan moves forward. Next. Just to kind of set the stage here, what does affordable housing mean? Affordable housing is based on housing that's affordable to people earning 80% or less of the area median income and spending less than 30% of that income on housing. So for Newington, I think HUD just recently released new income data, so we'll update that in the report as the time comes. But for different size of households, these are the income levels that represent 80% of area median income. Next slide, please, James. And when we take that income and we take 30% of it, we get to estimates of gross rent for different sizes of units. And given we're at historically low interest rates, when we take the amount that those households can afford to spend on housing and look at financing terms for a conventional mortgage, these are the sale prices that would then qualify as affordable housing in the community. So that just kind of sets the stage, if you will, for what we're talking about. Next slide, please, James. So before we get into the strategies, there were some basic findings from our research work. Next, there we go. The number one thing is that people need housing. Everybody needs housing in one way, shape, or form. People are living longer and need to be able to afford housing over a longer period of time. People who are retired may not have anticipated that inflation would go the way that it has, or their lifespans would go the way that they are. So one of the issues we have is the growing aging population in our communities, and whether or not people have the assets and the resources to be able to afford their housing over a longer period of time. At the same time, baby boomers, I'm one of them, perhaps you are as well, are aging, and that is changing the housing mix that people are looking for in communities. When people were young and starting families, they were interested in starter homes, and as their families grew, perhaps more bedrooms. Now as empty nesters, they're looking at perhaps at opportunities to downsize a little bit, to address issues of accessibility, mobility in terms of housing. So ensuring that we have housing to meet the diverse housing needs of the community is one of the elements we looked at as part of this plan. Next, James. Newington is very fortunate. Newington has thousands of housing units that are naturally affordable, housing units that sell or rent at prices lower than what the state counts as the affordable housing price level. We estimate there's over 3,000 owned housing units and over 2,600 rented housing units that meet those income or price guidelines. compared to nearby communities, it's kind of interesting. Newington's housing values and sales prices are relatively affordable compared to other communities. But because of our location, amenities, and regional accessibility, rental rates are actually less affordable than other communities. Rental rates are actually a little higher in Newington than they are in some other areas. And still, with all of this, about 3,500 Newington households are considered cost burden because they're spending more than 30% of their income on housing. And these cost burden households include elderly owners and renters and lower income owners and renters. And the challenge, even for the housing authority, is that there's a 2-year waiting period for elderly residents to get a housing authority unit. So even if you knew somebody who needed a unit today, an elderly person, their circumstances had changed and they need a unit, they got to figure out some other approach for the next 2 years because we don't actually have units available for them. And we don't actually have housing authority units or rental certificates to be able to help lower income families. Next, James. The Department of Housing recognizes Newington as having 1,168 units of affordable housing. And that's about 8.9% of our housing stock. About 531 units are government assisted housing. 122 units are occupied by tenants receiving rental certificates or vouchers. 479 units are occupied by households with CHFA and USDA mortgages. They're qualified based on income. And there are 36 units in the community which are deed restricted. And as a result of this, we're close to the 10% threshold associated with the Affordable Housing Appeals Procedure. And with 133 units, some of which are under construction or in process in Newington, it's likely that we will reach the 10% threshold at some time in the future. It's important for me to tell you that the 10% threshold or number will reset once the 2020 census results are released. But again, we've got progress underway, and we're well ahead of many other Connecticut municipalities. Next, James. So this brings us to the strategies that were recommended by the Housing Needs Study Committee. The first of which is that the Housing Needs Study Committee recognized that they didn't want to chase housing solely for the purpose of getting to the 10% state threshold or guideline. We had done a lot of work on the Plan of Conservation and Development. We recognized that there's opportunities in Newington to strengthen the town center, to focus development in the train station area that DOT is working on, and also opportunities for transit-oriented development around the fast track stations. And with just natural growth and development in these areas in ways that fits into the character of Newington, we could create additional affordable housing units as part of those development programs. So our number one goal is encouraging housing that meets community goals. That includes development in these mixed-use nodes. We recognize along the Berlin Turnpike and Town Center East, these are areas where development or redevelopment may happen in the future, and we can accomplish additional affordable housing in those areas. The Housing Needs Study Committee felt that housing design guidelines were very important. It really wasn't just a matter of building housing for the sake of housing, but how housing fit into Newington was really a very important thing that came out through the process. And with that, earn an exemption from CGS, the Affordable Housing Appeals Procedure known as 830G. Next, please, James. The recommendation in the plan for Newington to consider adopting inclusionary zoning provisions. And these provisions can be things that require affordable units to be created as part of any residential development, allow for payment of a fee in lieu of affordable housing, allow existing units to be deed restricted as affordable units, but softer and gentler ways to try to accomplish these objectives as part of new development. The challenge we can sometimes have with housing development, if housing units are brought online, which are not affordable, our denominator increases, and we actually get further and further away from our affordable housing goal. But if we could consider setting aside 8.9%, that would keep it stable with where we're at today, or 10% or 11% of new development, or developments above a certain size, we could actually start to get closer and maintain that affordable housing percentage. So inclusionary zoning is one way to do that. James? Again, because of Newington's demographics, we noticed that the aging population, Newington grew at different times than some other communities because of its strategic location, the availability of transit and bus, and a lot of other things, proximity to Hartford, New Britain. So we do have an aging population, and they do have needs. One of the recommendations is to expand the number of low-income elderly units. This is working with the Housing Authority to seek sites and funding to create additional units there. And continue the work that the council's done over the years in terms of supporting older people who choose to age in place. And those are maintaining the programs for elderly tax relief, provision in the zoning regulations perhaps to facilitate one-story additions to houses or facilitate accessory apartments could help this, maintaining social services and transportation, et cetera, to continue to make Newington an elderly-friendly place. James? There's a recommendation also to consider other housing configurations. Historically, housing construction in communities like Newington was very diverse and a lot of different types of housing. But over the last 30, 40, or 50 years, housing has tended to focus on the ends of this graphic here in terms of housing. So it's tended to be detached single-family homes in subdivisions at the low end, or mid-rise or higher density, large multifamily projects at the other end. And what can be missing and what many communities are looking at opportunities for would be 2-family, 3-family, courtyard apartments, what they call bungalow courts, and similar types of developments. I think Renata did a presentation to the Town Plan and Zoning Commission and talked about opportunities to do visual preference surveys for this type of development. And oftentimes when those exercises are done, residents support these types of initiatives because they can fit into the character of a community quite well. James? I think Newington has some special housing needs. The plan recommends that we seek to address these special housing needs. One is the challenge we sometimes have with transient lodging on the Berlin Turnpike. The people are using them as residences. We have a working group that's addressing that issue. Continue to support their efforts. There are a lot of social reasons why people are doing that, and it's unfortunate. But again, everybody needs housing, and we can look at ways to address those challenges that come with that. Newington also takes advantage of homeless and emergency shelters in nearby communities. That's a tremendous resource that's available that should we find homeless people or people who need emergency shelter, we can take advantage of that to make sure that people are taken care of in those situations. James? Retain the existing housing that meets people's needs. We have all of this naturally occurring affordable housing. It is a tremendous asset. One of the reasons that Newington has as many CHFA and USDA mortgages as it does and tenant rental assistance as it does is because the housing is naturally affordable, so people can take their financial aid or assistance and get a better and nicer unit in Newington than they might get in other places. And we benefit from that by having greater diversity in our housing stock, and retaining those naturally occurring affordable housing units could be a benefit for Newington overall. Next, James. Addressing other housing issues. One of the things we learned as part of the process is that the Housing Authority is doing a very excellent job with the staff that they have, part-time people, serving people whose needs are constant and continuous. So if we're in a position where we may be able to increase the number of elderly units or the number of family units or other types of situations, it's wanted the council to be aware that that may come with the need to increase the capacity of the Housing Authority, whether it's longer hours or more people, but more units is probably a challenge with the staffing that's currently in place. Longer term, it might make sense for the town to look at preparing a standard housing affordability plan. This is a document which is done for deed restricted units to make sure that they remain affordable over the long term. There can be quite a bit of diversity in plans prepared by different individuals, and having a standard plan and also a housing affordability administrator to make sure that the projects are well managed could be beneficial. And actually, that could also be the housing authority. They can do that as well. Some communities have established a housing trust fund where money can go in from grants, loans, state and federal government, endowments, et cetera. Some communities in Connecticut actually have an inclusionary housing fee. That a small fee gets added to every zoning permit. And those monies go into the housing trust fund and is available to help in different types of housing situations. James, number 9. The recommendation is to go ahead and implement the affordable housing plan. So I think the next slide, James, is really just a wrap-up slide overall. I'd be delighted to have a chance to answer any questions that you may have. The statutory language in 830J isn't particularly clear as to who the adoption rests with, but the wording is the municipality. So I believe from a recent email I heard about from the Department of Housing, they consider that in Newington's case to be the town council. So if the council was ready, the next step would be to schedule a public hearing. The statutes require a 35-day notice period, and then we could move ahead with adoption. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, the deadline for action, I think, is June of 2022. But I think with your input and input from town plan and zoning, I think we're perhaps ready to move in that direction. Back to you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chalder. I'll open it up for council comment and questions. I see Deputy Mayor Bedrejko. Go right ahead.
Hi, Glenn. Thank you for the presentation and the work on this. It's quite a good document. I have 2 questions. Newington definitely is in need of elderly housing units. As you know, many of us, Newington's the type of community where you want to grow up and raise your family and age and have this be your final home. My question is, you're talking about people, over 150, almost 200 people on a waiting list for housing for 2 years. But from what I understand, those it can't be limited to Newington residents, correct? So so building more elderly housing doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to benefit Newington's elderly population, correct?
I don't believe that you can target it or specify it or limit it to local residents. I believe that is the case, Gail.
Okay, so that's really not necessarily going to be a solution to the needs of Newington's elderly.
No, I think I do know of another municipality that's starting to look at options. The housing authority in that community is well-staffed, and they are looking to branch out to take advantage of rental certificates and to have a nonprofit arm. And perhaps you've heard that West Hartford, their housing authority established a nonprofit entity, which is actually doing private development as well. So I'm not quite sure how they're addressing those issues, but people are being a little creative here in terms of trying to find ways to escape the vagaries of state and federal funding sometimes that can happen,
right,
but also to address the housing mission. So I think we don't have all the answers, unfortunately, with regard to the housing authority situation. I think the other challenge that we see in communities around the state is that when elderly housing was built many years ago, the housing was reserved for elderly people. It's now occupied by elderly and disabled, and in some places the percentage is 50-50 now. I don't know what the percentage is in Newington, but what that means is we actually have fewer elderly units today than we did many years ago, and the disabled tend to be younger than the elderly, so they're in place in the units longer. They don't turn over as quickly. Right. So again, because of our aging demographics, it definitely is a challenge. And to get back to your original question, Gail, I don't believe you can limit it just to Newington residents, or I'm not aware of how you can do that.
Okay, I think that's something I think we should look into. And secondly, I just have an operational question. You talked about cost burdened and the definition of cost burdened. That individuals are spending more than 30% of their income on housing, including elderly homeowners and renters and lower income owners and renters. But would that also include, just like if you're buying a car, some people want to buy a Lexus when they really shouldn't be looking at. Does this include people who have bought housing or the house of their dreams rather than the house of what they can afford? Is cost burdened? Are those people included in this?
Yeah, I think it's important to keep that into context. That's a very good question, Gail. I think I don't have the report on PDF to bring up on the screen at the moment, but I think if you have it nearby on page 12, we actually have a chart that looks at the cost burden by household income group. And what you'll see is, yes, there are some people who earn more than $100,000 a year who are spending more than 30% of their income on housing. And that is by choice, and they choose to do so, and they have the means to do so. But I think the other issue is if we look at people who are in the lower income groups, James, thank you very much. For people who are in the lower income groups, I think what you can see here is that the percentages of people there who are cost burdened go up quite significantly. And these people who are struggling perhaps a little bit. In other words, if you're spending more than 30% of your income on housing, there's less available for transportation, for food, for education, for all sorts of activities that other people might take for granted. So the number of people who are facing income constraints is certainly an issue and concern. And the renter population can sometimes be the most burdened as well.
Okay. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, Gail.
Any other questions? Glenn, I have a quick question. I know because we've batted around the numbers before, but you mentioned the 8.9% that we're at now, but I know we have a few projects. I know of at least one larger one, the Dakota project. Do you have any idea how close that would bring us percentage-wise to that magic number?
I think if I remember early in the presentation, the number was we needed, thank you, James, you are on the money today. So on the bottom of this slide, 133 units will get Newington to the 10%. The number is fluctuating at the state level on a regular basis based on the number of certificates that are, or the number of units, if you will, that have been completed and documented. And so new units come in. State just issued the 2020 list, and I believe those are the numbers I put here in the presentation, just looking at it really quick. Yeah, so that's the number that's in the 2020 list, which is the one just issued. The census got messed up this year, so the dates of when the 2020 census result for the number of housing units will be issued will probably not be until fall of next year. That's my current guess. So it's possible that we will get units created in addition to the Dakota project. Is it Liberty? The veterans units. Doing another phase there. I believe those will come online and those will help us get closer to the unit as well. So it may be an ironic situation in the sense that we get the units created and then shortly thereafter, the 2020 census results will be released and then we'll fall below the 10% again. It's hard to actually project because there's two moving targets going on here. But Newington has done very well in terms of making the progress on this. We can control the government assisted housing because these are the units, the Housing Authority and other government assisted and government financed projects. The units of tenants with rental assistance and units occupied by households with CHFA mortgages is something we can't control. That depends on people in the market finding this funding mechanism and choosing Newington. And we benefit from that. So that number can fluctuate. I think in the report, I actually collected some information to show how that number had changed over time. And then the units which are deed restricted. This is an area which, again, we can control. In the transit village regulation that was adopted by the TPZ last year, there is a provision in those regulations that requires 10% of those units when built to be deed restricted as affordable. So that will advance us again further down the road. If we were to continue that perhaps with some other projects or larger projects, we could continue to add to the affordable housing inventory in town.
Okay, great. I see Councilor Donahue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Glenn,
we're at 8.9%, which is pretty close. I mean, I drive out through Simsbury and Avon. I mean, they can't be anywhere close to where we are. So, I mean, where does the equity come in from the state? Right? Where does, are they being, because we're small Newington, are we getting pushed harder because we're close to Hartford? I mean, it just seems if they're at 5%, they should be getting more of the focus to get closer to the 8.9 than us
Well,
getting to 10.
Good question, Mr. Donahue. I think the state is requiring every municipality, large and small, to prepare one of these affordable housing plans. I think there's no really pure goal as to how much housing a community should have. The state has a regulation which says for any community which doesn't have 10% of its housing stock meeting these criteria, then you're subject to the Affordable Housing Appeals procedure. So what that means is, I think projects such as Dakota was not required to follow the zoning regulations that Newington has. And so if we're able to get to the 10%, we can require development to follow Newington's regulations, as opposed to taking us to court and having what's called a presumption of validity in terms of that request. So I think it's a difficult policy decision, and the Housing Needs Study Committee grappled with that quite a bit and came to the conclusion that we don't want to just chase the 10% for chasing 10%. What we want to do is promote housing and development in Newington to strengthen our tax base and to meet community needs in places that make sense. And those places were town center, train station, and the 2 fast track stations. Those areas seem to make the most sense for us, and we might welcome development there if it's affordable or not. But if we can get affordable units at the same time, it might be advantageous for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Counselor Minor? Chris, we can't hear you. Are you there?
Isn't technology grand?
Okay, I see him giving me the cut sign, but I am hitting the ask to unmute in case that helps, but it clearly does not. So I apologize. I don't know what's going on with the tech this evening. All right. Any other council comment or question on this? I would suggest that we move this to next week's agenda to discuss further, as we all have a chance to kind of review it and consider if we had any other questions. And then decide if we are moving it to public hearing as is suggested, so that we can either adopt or do what we need to do before June.
June of next year, Madam Mayor. So we do have a year.
Oh, June of next year. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
No, that's, I just want to make sure I clarified.
So we do have plenty of time. Okay.
Yes, we do, but I think we can move ahead if the council's ready.
Okay. Councilor Menke?
Yeah, I believe we should keep it on the agenda, maybe schedule a public hearing for after the budget process. Just to make it, give us more time to look it over.
I agree with that.
Okay, sounds good. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko, can you take over for one moment, please?
Oh, sure. Okay, so there's no further questions from the council? Then I'll ask James to keep this on the agenda, and we'll discuss it after the budget. So Glenn, thank you very much. It's been very informative. You put a lot of work in, and also Councilor Camillo and Councilor Annis, thank you for your work on this as well. And move on to the next subject.
Thank you very much, Gail. Thanks, members.
Okay.
Oh, Gail, I'm sorry. I'm back. I apologize. My mother-in-law's in the hospital, and the phone number was the hospital, so I just needed to make sure everything was okay.
Okay. No.
Sorry for the abruptness of that.
Hey,
I apologize.
It's under control.
I knew I was in good hands with you there. Thank you. All right. And Mr. Chalder already logged off, but thank you. If he is listening, thank you so much for your help this evening with the report. And if we do have any questions, I'm sure we'll get back to you with those too. All right. Next on our agenda is the Ordinance Amendment, Chapter 48, Public School CIP Reserve Fund Ordinance. introduce ordinance and set public hearing dates. So let me just get to that section of my packet. I apologize. All right, so we have received a request from Dr. Brummett, the superintendent of schools, she's requesting an amendment to the existing language of the public school CIP fund to allow for the preschool tuition payments received from residents to be credited to their operating budget beginning in July 2021. The town attorney has had the opportunity to review the changes to the proposed draft language for introduction this evening and does not see any issue. The process before us is to amend a town ordinance. The process is dictated by the Newington Town Charter, section 405 and 406. Upon introduction, the council member moving the ordinance forward may only speak about the ordinance. A public hearing is proposed prior to the March 23rd, 2021 regular meeting at 6:50 p.m. So that's what we need to consider. And we may make any amendments after the conclusion of the public hearing at our regular meeting that evening. If approved, the adopted ordinance would go into effect 15 days after publication. In our packets this evening, we have a resolution to introduce the ordinance and to set the public hearing date, and we have a proposed draft proposed amended ordinance. So I would ask that someone read in the introduction. Who would like to go ahead and do that for me? Go ahead, Councilor Donahue. Thank you. Oh, you're on mute, John.
There we go.
Much better. Thank you.
Much better. Thank you. Introduction. I hereby introduce for the town council's consideration the proposed ordinance amendment to chapter 48 funds, article 4, public school capital improvement projects reserve fund, section 48-15, creation of fund revenues, a copy of which has been filed with the clerk of the council.
All right, and then if you would continue, introduced by John Donahue, and then go ahead and resolved.
Okay, resolved that the town of Newington Council hereby schedules a public hearing on March 23rd, 2021 at 6:50 p.m. to consider the proposed ordinance amendment, chapter 48, funds, article 4, public school capital improvement projects reserve fund, section 48-15, creation of the fund, revenues, a copy of which has been attached to this resolution.
Second.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Camillo. Any discussion on setting this public hearing date? All right, hearing none, we'll go to roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist.
All right, hold on one second, Susan. I'm just trying to enlarge my screen so I can see Councilor Anist.
She's giving the thumbs up.
Thumbs up from her, so that's an affirmative. Go right ahead.
Okay, Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Thumbs up from him, that's an affirmative.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
9-0.
Wonderful, thank you. I hope the public understands our being as flexible as we can with our technology needs tonight. All right. So folks, we have our public hearing set for this item on March 23rd at 6:50 p.m. prior to our next regular meeting. Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda for this evening is discussion of the beautification committee. So as you'll remember, I had asked that this be discussed and that we consider doing a program in town to help beautify different areas, different sections
We have to bring
that are identified. So I'll
bring the speaker
turn that over
volume
to,
down. And then, so I've got that right
Mr.
over here.
Chapman, if you would, I know you had some thoughts and ideas for us on this.
Yes, I believe I reported last week that I've met with the Economic Development Commission to see if they would have an interest in heading up this beautification committee. They indicated they do. It's in your proposed budget, and to have $25,000 a year earmarked for the purposes of beautifying certain areas within the town that are identified by the committee. The suggestion is that the EDC work in conjunction with the other boards and commissions that would have a role to play in such an event and develop a plan that will hopefully be instituted and carried out over a number of years to beautify the entire town, neighborhood by neighborhood.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful that everybody's willing to help with this proposal for sure. I'll open it up for council comment or question. Go ahead, Councilor Mankey.
Keith, is the plan for the commission to come back to the council with ideas, or just to go ahead with their own ideas, or how does that money get spent?
Well, what I envision happening is we provided to the commission, as I pointed out last meeting, a series of examples of other towns and what type of language they have in their guidelines. So what we'll do at their next meeting is to talk about that review and then start establishing a plan of what the beautification committee should be doing, how it's going to get done, and who's going to do it. And then it'll come back to the council for your review and approval. So I think everybody will have input into it, including the council as the final decision makers. And, and again, this is all in its infancy right now. So it'll take a couple of months, I believe, for this committee to finalize a document that they would want you to consider to adopt.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Minor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me now?
We can, wonderful.
Hey, there we go. Is there a chance, Keith, to maybe open this up to some type of an adopt-a-spot program as you move along, to having, local businesses sponsoring spots similar to a lot of other local municipalities? Is that a consideration?
Yeah, and that's part of why it's thought that the EDC would be a good committee to head this up, because they work closely with the business community, and they've already have assignments of all of their members as to certain areas within the business community. So it just is a natural for them to be heading this up. But yeah, I believe once they establish the role and the direction and goals and objectives, that it will have a business component where businesses will be asked to participate if they so desire, and work for the betterment of their own locations and so forth. So again, it's really going to be left up to the commission to work on all of this and then come back to the council at some point with a proposal.
Okay, so it conceivably would be expanding the areas that we might have in terms of the welcome to Newington scattered around on our borders to areas beyond that.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, thank you.
Just so everybody knows, and I think I had forwarded it out to the whole council, but I did talk with Mayor Stewart in New Britain. She had offered their master plan, which is far more than a beautification plan, but she kind of had said to look at it just for some guidance in terms of if we do decide to beautify, say, 2 or 3 intersections, if we want to make sure we're very uniform in the way we do it, considering that we use the same types of materials across across the board in terms of like planters, or if we do anything decorative, that it kind of matches and has a sense, central theme. So she kind of provided me with that document just to use as a guide for some information for us. And Mr. Chapman, if you do want to forward that on to EDC, they can certainly access that. Like I said, it's far more, it's a big master plan more than a beautification program, but at least it would give them some ideas perhaps to consider as they move forward as well.
Yes.
Councilor Mankey, go ahead.
Yeah, as I've been driving around other towns, I noticed what they've been doing. So if Keith, if you could just sort of keep them abreast of those plans, but also make sure that we don't let this fall by the wayside. I think this is important for our community, that we have some kind of a process to make, or at least the entry points to our community more visitor friendly. I think that's really important. I noticed in Plainville, I went to Plainville today, and there's a sign that says "Welcome to Plainville," And underneath this little plaque, new businesses are welcome, which I think says a lot about a community when you drive in and it says new businesses are welcome. We're, welcome to the town. So I just would hope you keep these folks so they will work on something. I would hate to have a whole year go by and nothing get proposed.
No, I would anticipate that probably by July 1st, they're going to be suggesting or recommending to this council how to move forward.
That'd be fine.
Thank you. Any other council comment or question? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for the consideration over the last few meetings, and Mr. Chapman for your work with the EDC on this. It sounds like we've got a good plan moving forward, and hopefully we'll start to see the fruits of our labors in the next few months. This is wonderful. Thank you, everyone. All right, we will move on. That concludes our old business. So we will move on to new business. This evening we have, I believe Kathy Clark is with us from the 150th Anniversary Steering Committee, and I'm looking to see if there's anyone else, but I see Kathy. I can't always see all the participants. Kathy, are you there?
She's muted.
And now I'm unmuted.
Wonderful. Welcome.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you? I see that you're going to give us a little bit of an update and discussion on the historical sites walk that's planned for April 24th.
I am, but I'll also take the opportunity to let you know what we've done so far and what we're also still talking about in addition to this upcoming event. So the first thing is last fall, there was a daffodil giveaway. And daffodil season is upon us. So as we drive around town, you want to keep your eyes open because there should be more daffodils around town than there have been in the past few years. And those are in celebration of the 150th. We had our commemorative calendar art and photo contests that I can't remember when it started because everything took a really long time because of COVID, but we ended up printing 250 calendars and we have sold 246 of them. Yes, we did. And so it did turn out to be a fundraiser, and a lot of the people who entered were really, really enthusiastic, and it was definitely a very memorable event. And the next thing we'll talk about, I also want to jump in here and thank Deanna Rainey from Karma's Closet, who was really instrumental in helping us finish off the calendar contest. Because of COVID, we couldn't have people walk up and buy them, at the extravaganza or the waterfall festival. So we did them online, and then people came and had a drive-by pickup to get the calendars. We had 2 of the drive-by pickups, but there were people who never picked them up. There were ones that were unsold, and Deanna took all of those under her wing and had them in her store to help us complete the project. So I just want to shout out to her. She also is carrying some of the commemorative, we'll call it bling, like bags, and we had a commemorative soda, and she was also carrying them there. So we'll see if that continues. So as far as the history walk, we'll call it Newington History Day Walk and Drive. And what this consists of, it is, number one, it's been designed right from the get-go to be 100% COVID, I'll call it COVID aware, and keeping COVID safety measures in place. It all takes place outside. There are 7 separate sites. And those include the Historical Society is now on board, and they'll have a display out in front. It's all outside. And what they do is completely up to them. So that'll be a surprise to me. The library had a story walk around the pond, or around part of the pond, with each like a page of a book. And the pages are going to be transformed into library history. So that will be the library's contribution. The Church of Christ, which, by the way, is celebrating its 300th anniversary next year, will have a little preview by having 3 historical figures represented out in front of the church. And that includes 2 ministers who were actually real guys at the church with as historically accurate costumes as they can get, and also a woman representing a figure from the 1800s. The old firehouse, Chris Schroeder is in charge of that. He's going to have 2 antique fire trucks, and his volunteers will put on a fire department history program. And at Mill Pond, probably down by the falls, one of our residents, Joe Demers, is going to be representing the original, let's say, economic development of Newington, which was the pipe stave business and a sawmill there. And he'll be dressed like somebody from 1677. 944 Main Street will have 2 docents describing the history of that house, which is built in 1723, and it's right on the town green. I think a lot of people don't even know that it's there. And at 646 Main Street is the home of John Kirkham. It's built around 1850, and he lived in Newington. He went to the California Gold Rush and came back to Newington. And John Kirkham will be played by your very own Dave Nagel. Also in period costumes. So we're hoping that people will all join in together. They can walk, they can drive, or a combination of both. We're going to have cones, those orange traffic cones, to separate the presenters from people walking up. All of our advertising, which is going to be mostly on Facebook, but hopefully all of you will spread the word. And masks are going to be required. We are going to have a volunteer at each site who hopefully will help enforce COVID protocols, excuse me. But that's what we know so far. And it is on April 24th from 12 to 3, but possibly to 4, excuse me. And we have a rain date of the next day, April 20th. So that's upcoming for sure. And also, these are things that have been discussed at our meetings. We're still trying to work them out, again, because of COVID mostly. We're talking about stocking the shelves of the Human Services Department project, a blood drive, a golf tournament in August, and in September, we're still talking about holding a mayor's ball. And that's not just the mayor we have right now, but also past mayors to celebrate them. And again, we're just following the numbers and seeing if this is something that is feasible at that point. So that's what I know right now. And I hope you'll all come out and then pray for good weather on April 24th and join us in a nice stroll and surround yourself with history.
Kathy, if people want to attend, do they have to register in advance, or how does that work?
Nope, it's free and they just show up. Also, I did forget one comment, and that's that we've encouraged through the Chamber of Commerce that downtown, restaurants in the center participate in some way, totally up to them, but have some kind of special colonial food. No, just well, I would say that hard cider is kind of colonial. So, you might want to stop for that at the end. But we're going to try to get people involved. I know that one person is having a meetup group of all their friends, and they're going to start by eating at one of the restaurants and then move on. But I think it could be just super fun, but it's really going to be a lot of word of mouth, because other than Facebook and the town website, I'm going to try to get some press, some publicity that way too, but we'll see.
Great. This sounds wonderful. I'm really looking forward to it. And just a quick thank you to you and all the committee, if you could pass that on. We really appreciate all the work you're doing, because it's kind of gone unnoticed, a little bit, or less noticed because of COVID, I think.
Right.
But I remember we all stood out and did the 150 number over at the soccer fields.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to say I forgot about that. It's like so long ago.
It was a long time ago. There were T-shirts. I got some sodas, the Avery sodas in the bag. I didn't get a calendar though. If there's any left, let me know. I'd love to get a calendar too.
There's 4 left. I'll set one aside for you.
That would be great. And
okay.
And we'll arrange that. Thank you. I see Councilor Mankey has his hand up. Go ahead, Councilor Mankey.
Yeah, I kind of follow the 150th committee pretty closely. And I just would like to echo those same sentiments. I thank the committee for their work. I know we had other things planned when we first started this process, but then COVID kind of got in the way and sidetracked a lot of your efforts. And I appreciate that, but I appreciate the fact that you're still going. And this this historical walk sounds really pretty something I would be interested in. Is there a place where people meet, or they just go to one of these 7 places and they just start the tour from there?
Exactly. I mean, it's tricky because I'd like everyone to start at a different place, but there's really no way to do that. So again, if you talk to people, they should just pick one place and go from that. A bunch are close because the firehouse, the church, and the 2 homes are all downtown. The Historical Society is a little bit of a hike. In fact, tomorrow, Anita Schaefer and I are we walked the original route before the Historical Society came on board. And in fact, the cool thing about 646 Main Street, the woman who owns it she's a new member of the Historical Society, although she's lived in that house since I think 1974. She's done a lot of research on the history of her own home. And she heard about our event and she volunteered her house. And this just happened, like within the last 2 weeks. So I think it's a really cool way to bring the community. And there's a lot of history out there that I think I didn't know about. So we're leaving it at 7, but now we have more properties than we did in the beginning. So again, Anita and I are going to walk the whole thing and try to get an idea of what's doable. But I'm picturing people like parking at the Historical Society, for example, and then driving and parking at the library. But I'm hoping they'll walk as much as they can so that they're using the same transportation they would have used in the 1700s.
Yes.
That's great.
True, yes. Well, thank you for your efforts.
Thanks.
I see Deputy Mayor Bedrejko.
Yeah, I think this sounds like such a fun event. And I know each individual site, there might be some costs involved to them to put, for costumes or whatever, but it's something exciting, different, and yet really low cost for the most part. It's going to be creative. It's going to be fun. You're going to get, the community out there, I hope, just walking around, the center of our town. And also, we haven't been good as a town, I don't think, really at appreciating the history that we have in terms of buildings and structures. And hopefully this will just be a start to make people appreciate what we do have here. And like you said, Kathy, I mean, there are other homes and other places and other venues and the other parts of Newington. And maybe, at some point in the future, we can kind of, get that, get the public to kind of appreciate and get some venues out there. But this is a great start. It sounds like an awful lot of fun. And let's just hope that the weather cooperates.
Thank you.
Councilor Nagel.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy, for putting this all together, as well as the calendar. And I know a lot of people helped you out with that, and with the committee for planning a lot of different events. And on the historic walk, I may not be able to walk the whole thing. I will be there, though, in costume. And I know it's going to be a fun day. And I hope everyone else visits somewhere on the 24th out of all those different places. Learn about Newington and what not only it's a great place to live today, but historically what it's a great place to be in, or to remember, know where our history comes from and what our town was and what it is and what it's hopefully going to be better, given that we're talking about the budget later on. Good to look at things that aren't financially situated, but are preserved in our town by not only the town, but in nonprofits, but also individuals. So thanks again, Kathy, and thanks to everybody that's working with you on this project and the others for the 150th.
Great, you're welcome.
Thank you, John Kirkham. I mean, Councilor Nagel. All right, I don't see any other hands up, so I think we're all set. Thanks so much, Kathy, for joining us this evening and for all your efforts.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, stay well.
Bye now.
Okay, folks, we're going to move on. The next item on our agenda is the Senior Center HVAC and window replacement projects. I know that we're going to discuss this evening a transfer of funds in order to try and get this project set and done. Mr. Chapman, do you want to start? Or I think Ms. Murphy's on the line as well.
Yeah, I'll just turn it right over to Janet. She's been working on this, but I will tell you that we are moving forward with getting this work done before the senior and disabled center reopens. Hopefully, it will reopen, but we want to get particularly the HVAC done first. But Janet, go ahead.
Yeah, so you got the memo in front of you. I just want to bring your attention that the first project that we're talking about doing is the HVAC project. We've had funds in place since 2017 when I got here of the 82,516. The project is expected to be 200,000. So that leaves a shortfall of 117,484. And the other project we're looking to do at the senior center is the windows. We did get a steep grant in the amount of the 128,200. The total cost of the project is short by 118,800. We did have 50,000 already that we put into this year's CIP. That with the grant, of course, is still short on that one. These are projects sorely in need over the senior center to try to get them up to date. The windows was something that had been looked at a while ago. And as I said, the HVAC is something that we had money set aside for since before I got here in 2017. The transfer that I am proposing this coming from is the interest expense line, which will end up favorable since we were able to move over the money that we got from bonding last year in May of 2000 after we had done the budget. So that line will be favorable and this money is available to get these projects completed this spring.
Great, thank you for explaining that. So we do have a draft resolution in front of us that we'll be looking to pass at our next meeting on March 23rd, I believe. Any council question for Ms. Murphy? Okay, I don't see any questions. Janet, thank you for bringing this to our attention. This is certainly something that we need to go ahead and move forward and get done as long as the funds are available, we're good to go. Thank you, Janet.
No problem.
All right, folks, we will move on. Now the fun begins. Mr. Chapman is going to start with an overview of budget and budget procedures for us.
I'm going to turn it right over to Janet. She's going to take it from here.
Okay.
Okay, I think all of you have your calendar regarding the budget. Tonight is the first night that we will do the presentation of the budgets for you. On the Saturday meeting, March 20th, we will do the second and final presentations, at least from the town side. And then on March 23rd, the final presentations will be the Board of Ed and any other miscellaneous programs that we haven't set. At that point, you will set the tentative budget. We will have the second public hearing on Tuesday, April 6th. And then on Tuesday, April 20th, any proposed changes to the budget are needed and an adoption of the budget, and you set them up. So that's just a brief overview of the schedule and what we're going to be covering and when we're going to be covering it. Tonight, we're going to start from the very beginning of the book. Well, not the very beginning, but the very beginning of the expenditures section of your book. And we're just going to go in order so nobody has to flip-flop around. It's going to start with the general government. Section 110, the town council. And I'm just going to give brief overviews on this. I do want to mention, so I won't mention on every department, but this year in the salaries line, we did include all of the raises for the AFSCME employees that contractually are required. And we also included the same amount percentage-wise for admin and part-time positions. The only departments that right now in this draft of the budget not have their anticipated rates raises included are the police, because we agreed to those amounts after we had gotten these books kind of ready. We will be making the adjustment and taking that out of the contingency line so that next year we won't have to ask you to do transfers for staffing and salary adjustments because they weren't in their departments as they should be.
Okay, I do see Deputy Mayor Bedrejko has her hand up.
Yeah, because you're starting right in. I do have just a question about one of your major assumptions, which is before you even start into the budget. For electricity, you're assuming that there's going to be no increase. I'm just, I guess from a homeowner or for consumers perspective, I certainly am getting increases, and I'm just curious as to why you're.
We're
not
not
assuming-
expecting increases because we are in a contract for supply right now from one of a vendor who it's good through
Oh,
the next calendar year. And also because we are expecting somewhat, hopefully, once we get everything running correctly on town hall, to see some savings
okay.
from the new town hall and the efficiencies, which should end up with having a zero increase.
Okay, thank you for that.
No problem. Anything else before we jump in?
Nobody else has their hands up, so I think we're good to go.
Do you want us to ask questions as you go along or wait till the end?
As each department I get done with, please, I'll ask you at the end if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Town council, there is no change really in there at all. You see a slight increase for part-time. That's the raises that I discussed that we had embedded within each department. And then you see a decrease for dues and subscriptions. That's a small piece we had to Capital Regional Council of Governments that they came through with this year. But otherwise, there are no significant changes at all in this department. I leave it open to questions on this one.
Any questions? No, we're all set, Janet.
Okay, so the next one being the town manager's department. The only change in this department is within the salary lines. And once again, that is where I had mentioned before that we put in the increase for any of the admin positions. But all the other lines stayed flat.
Okay, any questions? We can keep going.
Okay. Probate court, no changes at all. That stayed once again flat.
All right, I don't see any hands. We're good.
Elections, you're seeing some up and down in the elections department. If you notice, the part-time line has actually a decrease, but that's a decrease from the revised budget number. It's if you look over to the far left and you see the 2020-21 revised budget, we had to increase it because of the presidential election and all the time they had to spend in there. So it looks like it's decreasing, but in actuality, from the original budget, it's increasing a little bit. And once again, those are the admin increases. Public notifications went down, so did office supplies and other materials. Those were all increases. If you look from the original budgets to the revised budgets, those were all increases due to the presidential election. And we're not anticipating having to encumber that much expenses this year. You are seeing a slight increase for equipment maintenance. That's because the amount to do their maintenance on their the tabulators, voting tabulators increased. And you're seeing an increase for other contractual services. That's where the poll workers are paid. And they're expecting 2 primaries in August, along with the election in November. So they'll have more events than they did last year.
Okay, any questions on the elections section?
Madam Mayor, if I could,
Yes, go right ahead.
what primaries do we have this year, Jen? I'm just drawing a blank.
They're anticipating in August 2 primaries, Republican and Democrat. I'm not sure which ones they are, to be honest. That's what they had listed in there. I can ask them.
Yeah, it's municipal this year. That's why I'm a little confused. Yeah, could you just ask on that?
I will follow up. If you guys have any questions that I want to ask answers to, please know I'll make a list and I will go back and get the answers for you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Minor. Any other questions? Okay, we're all set to continue.
The next department is my finance department. In this department, you'll notice the increase on the salaries. That is due once again to AFSCME and admin positions increase be included in here. For the part-time line, you're seeing a decrease. We had a person that was doing a little bit more technical work in our part-time accounting work. in the part-time position who left us this past year. We are looking to revamp that position and make it more of a clerical position, a floater position, which we are going to be sharing with the town manager's office. The hours will stay the same, but the amount that we will be paying per hour for the clerical position will be less. And that's why you're seeing the decrease in that line.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm trying to write all these notes and
No
run the
problem.
meeting at the same time. I apologize if there's a little lag. All right. Any questions, guys? Okay, we're all set.
The next one being the assessor's department. The deputy assessor had retired. So you're seeing a reduction in the full-time salary there for the 23,781. That's her retirement, along with the offset by the raises for AFSCME employees and the admin employee. You will see the second line down there, the part-time one. She is coming back currently part-time to work for them during when they're putting together the grand list. But at this time, he's not replacing her with a full-time position. The longevity increase is contractual. So it's an employee who's put in enough years now to qualify for longevity. And there are no other changes within this department.
Okay. No hands up, so we're good to continue on.
The Board of Assessment Appeals had no changes. That stayed flat. That part-time amount you see there is the stipend that each one of the members receives.
Oh, okay. Yep. Any questions? All right, I don't see any. We can continue.
The next department is the revenue, the tax collector. We have an increase to the salary line. Once again, that's the increase for admin and for the AFSCME employees that we built into the department. There are no other increases in this department at all. Everything's staying flat. I will let you know that there is a vacancy in this department that they just tested for, and we're looking to interview that person. It's a union position. So therefore, we kept it at the rate that the union position would be receiving. And we hope to have something on that within the next couple of weeks.
Okay. All set with that. Next is auditing.
Auditing, this is the contract we went into when we went out to bid with them, and it's a per this year, $1,000 increase as per our contract.
Okay. Any questions? I don't see any. We can keep going.
The next one is purchasing, and there was only a small little change for purchasing, and that was to get rid of the dues and subscriptions within that line and the conferences and meetings. The only thing in there right now is, of course, the public notifications.
Okay. No hands up. We're good to go.
The town attorney is the next page. There were no changes made to this page.
Okay. Any questions? No hands up. We can continue on.
The next one is the town clerk, and James, you may chime in if you want to, if I don't get anything right here. Full-time salary, you'll see an increase there. That's once again the admin and the salary rate adjustments in that one. And James has made a very good effort here wherever he increased that he tried to find another area to decrease for different items. I believe the equipment maintenance is for the new copier that he got. And he managed to reduce other contractuals to kind of offset that, along with transportation and just a small increase that looks like for dues.
Okay. Any questions, guys? I don't see any. We're good.
Next one is personnel, and there was no changes made to the personnel.
All right, we're good.
This next one is going to be a lengthy explanation. You'll look at the bottom line and you'll see on facilities, that the increase is 213,465. Just to give you a little history on this one, when I first got here, this budget was about 1,520,000 in total. We, over the last few years, have kind of been reducing it for not doing work at the town hall because we were going to move into a new one and kind of bringing that down. That's resulting in some of the changes, and the other big changes, I'll go through these, is the we're adding back in the facility manager in the staffing under the full-time staff. So under full-time staff, you are seeing the biggest part of our increase, 121,482. That includes the facilities maintenance director position, along with the AFSCME contractual raises. Under equipment maintenance, under utilities first, you're seeing an $18,000 increase. This is due to the transfer, and you'll be hearing about this in other departments too, of the traffic light expenses from highway. Everything regarding the traffic lights was kind of taken out of highway. The cost for utilities was put here, and the staffing matter was put over into the police, who are the ones who kind of administer that. So that is the utilities for the traffic light expenses. Under equipment maintenance, you're seeing an increase of 35,300. This is due to some new door access control maintenance we have, both at the new town hall for 9,600. And the same doors that we put in the town hall, we also put in at the same time in the police department, and they'll have a maintenance agreement for 9,600. There is a town alarm monitoring for 5,500. This is new. The PD has been kind of doing our alarms for us for right now, but that needs to be moved out to to a third party, and that's what they're looking to do. The other increases under this line were due to HVAC and boiler maintenance for all facilities that needs to be taken care of and set up on an annual basis. And that kind of makes up your 35,300. Under the facilities maintenance line, you see the increase for 14,502. There was a decision made there that we really aren't setting aside money if something comes up that we hadn't anticipated to repair. So that was where they basically put 14,500 for all general repairs or miscellaneous repairs to any town facilities. The next one is other contractual. Under other contractual, you're seeing an increase of 12,180. This was partially due to the first issue being when we disconnected the PD from the town hall. Cox Cable had been giving us a kind of special rate. That changed when we disconnected everything and had to reconnect. They are now charging us the full rate for the PD of 1,480. And now also for the cables and all the TVs that we have within town hall is a total of 1,700. The other amount that we have in there is that we did some contracts for some roof maintenance for $9,000, and that's the 12,180. The next increase is for technical supplies. Finding that, this pandemic brought a lot of things out into the open, including the fact that we really have to up the amount of cleanliness and disinfecting that we do of our facilities. Part of that is this maintenance that we found with COVID that they're going to continue even after the pandemic has passed to prevent anything spreading in our town halls and all our buildings, to keep them safe. There's also items that we're finding different things we need for supplies for the new town hall, such as supplies to do the floor buffing that we didn't have in our previous building. And the last one on here is building equipment. This is 5,500. And this is just for miscellaneous tools. He wanted to break it out to keep it separate so people could see it that they need within facility maintenance to keep everything up to date in all the buildings. And that's the total for facility maintenance.
Great. Any questions? Nope, I don't see anything. We're good.
Okay. For central services, the next one, there was a small decrease for seasonal. That was because we reduced the hours of a part-time person coming in to do stuff like mail sorting, and that's basically just being handled by the town hall staff.
Okay. No hands up, so we're good to keep going.
The next one is IT, information technology. You're seeing an increase there of 76,000 in total, $76,117. In this one, the first line you're seeing in salary is a decrease. That's due to elimination of a position, the GIS position. That is being offset by the increases within there for salary for all of the admin positions that are in that department. Equipment maintenance, you're seeing an increase of 38,800. The biggest causes of that is an increase from Munis software. That's our finance software for 5,700. New system they have in place for disk encryption and password management security awareness training. But with all the fraud going on, we have to step up our game on protecting our system. That's for 5,500. Alarm notification. This is a hardware maintenance for the PD department, and that was 3,500. Stuff like the engineering HP plotter maintenance, that contract had run out, and we now have to get a new one. That was 1,495. And the audio visual maintenance for the new equipment on the town hall, that was 10,000. There's also throughout the thing, most licenses increased various areas for various amounts, but those were the large amounts that we found that make up the 38,800. Other contractual is our next increase. That was 66,000. This is our contract ran out with Civic Plus. That's the website maintenance company to do their annual maintenance. We had gotten it free, I believe, when we originally signed on board with them, and now that's expired. So that maintenance, annual maintenance contract is 21,000. And I believe the town manager might have mentioned before, we are now sharing a GIS position with South Windsor for 45,000. And that was it for IT.
Okay, any questions? I don't
Madam
see
Mayor, real
any.
quick,
Oh yeah, go right ahead, Councilor Minor.
just on 8012, is that taking into consideration of equipment replacement throughout the year? Or I remember we run into some debacles over the years on this, and whether it should be a capital expenditure on gross equipment purchases or
No,
the
this is
line item.
This is equipment maintenance. So this is your licenses, such as for Munis, your disk encryption, all your fraud software, everything like that. That's what that.
Okay, so maintenance alone.
Yes,
All right,
correct.
thank you.
This is not to purchase any equipment. No.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, no other hands, so I think we're moving on to the next section, which is public safety, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So just as you get into public safety, I just wanted to make you aware, you'll see at the bottom, on the personnel summary page, that, was 66.5 this year. Next year, we're looking at 66. Just so you know, they actually did give up 2 positions. There were 2 positions eliminated from the police department. Where it goes back to the half person is you look halfway down, you see that traffic section I had mentioned before. This is the equipment operator from being transferred from highway for traffic, along with a seasonal employee transferred from the highway. That seasonal employee does the cleanup work. It's not a large amount of hours or person, but it is considered half a person. So in actuality, it looks like they only reduced 0.5, but they actually did reduce in the PD department 2 positions. This is just a transfer back in for those other functions that we had been talking about. So moving on to it.
I'm sorry, Janet. Deputy Mayor Draco has her hand up. Go ahead, Gail.
I'm just, the civilian evidence property room clerk. That's one of the ones that's been
Yes,
eliminated.
correct.
Because that's kind of a relatively new position, isn't it?
I'm not sure when it was put in place, Gail, to be honest.
Because I remember.
Yep, that is new. You're
discussing
right,
it.
Gail. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just curious why was it not needed? Was it? But I remember there was discussion about that quite a bit in one of our budget sessions for approving it. So I'm just curious about that. Okay, thank you.
I'm wondering if it was never filled. I'm not sure if it was ever filled or if
I
I don't
believe
know.
they did have it filled, and that position, that's Dan Reed, I believe, when he originally took it.
Yeah.
And then he took the admin secretary position. So he moved out of it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we're good. Yep.
Moving on to the police admin department. This first one under their section. Overall, they have an increase of the $8,252. There's a reduction in the salary line, and if you have comments, it is because of the person that went in as ASME includes the raises for ASME, but it is offset by the hiring of a new admin assistant, a lower pay rate. That's Dan moving over to that position. And the increase for dues and subscriptions is the increase for the International Association of Chiefs of Police and the Connecticut Police Chief Association dues. And there's also a little bit in there to cover law enforcement handbooks purchases. The consultant special contractor increase is for the cost cleaning up the cruisers and building for biohazard COVID-19 exposure. And this is once again where you're going to start to see within the police department that Connecticut Police Accountability Bill, which mandates psychological tests and drug screens for officers.
And that's under the consultant special contractor?
Correct.
Okay. No hands up. Any other questions, guys? I think we're good on that one, Janet.
Okay. The next department is patrol. This one, we are showing an increase at the bottom of total of 57,415. In this department, this is one of the few departments you actually see step increases that we did build in, although the raises weren't there, under salary for the sergeants and officers. And there was a promotion to a master police officer rate. So these, while they aren't the inflation raises that we agreed to in the contract, there are some raises built in here for the steps and for that promotion. For overtime, you're seeing an overall increase because of elimination of the dog handler program. There's a couple other areas you're going to see the decrease for that also, such as, I believe, equipment maintenance and other contractuals. Technical supplies, we're seeing a slight increase because the cost of AED pads and batteries, as well as the cost to refill and refurbish fire extinguishers and expect them yearly. The decrease for the uniforms and clothing is because the cost of ballistic armor replacement, which is partially funded by a grant. And the technical equipment, this is increased due to a one-time cost for the installation of new modems and antennas in the patrol vehicles.
Okay. I see Deputy Mayor Badreko, you have your hand up? Is that?
Yeah, I'm just, I think this is the first I heard that the K-9 program has been eliminated.
He's not choosing to fill it at this time.
So the dog and everything is gone?
Yeah, the dog and everything is gone.
Oh, okay.
He's not saying it's never going to come back, but at this time, they're just putting off maybe reinstating it. Is looking for the right officer, maybe to be a handler and stuff like that. But he's not anticipating putting it in within the next year.
Okay, because I remember it was quite a hit at, the police night out and whatever, and I thought that it was actually quite useful in some of the investigations. So I was surprised to see that gone.
All right, no other hands up, so we're good.
Okay, the next department is investigation. And it does have a decrease of $39,035. And that one is due to, we mentioned before, the unfunding of the civilian evidence in the property officer. And that's being offset by the increases that were built in for AFSCME.
Okay. No hands up. We're good to keep going.
Okay. The next area is the police traffic. You're seeing the increase there of 112,857. And this is where we're talking about the transfer from highway of that, the traffic section. It's not actually, it's the one we transfer for highway. So it's all the expenses that were over in highway, including the full-time salary, the clothing maintenance. So this is just a transfer from the old department to this new one. They did have an increase in the clothing allowance, equipment maintenance, and uniforms, but it's all related to the transfer of the equipment operator to from highway.
Okay. Counselor Bank, you have a question?
Yeah, just what was the rationale for moving this whole department over to the police?
I'm gonna let Keith do that one.
Yeah, you know, the traffic division used to be part of the police department way back years ago. At some point, it was they decided to move the staffing and the equipment over to the highway department. But it's really never worked as well as when it was in the police department because of coordination with the police department itself. It was sort of a misfit. It worked for whatever reasons it was moved over there at the time, but it's been realized that there's more benefit having the traffic division within the police department staff rather than have it through the highway department.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we're all set to continue.
Okay, next, police communication. You're seeing the increase under full-time salary. That's step increases, not the rate increase, but just steps included in there. And with equipment maintenance, you're seeing a decrease due to the information technology department assuming some of the software cost renewals that they usually do incur. And under office equipment, they eliminated the yearly dispatch chair replacement. Not sure why, but I guess they don't need it. But that was the reason for the $1,500 reduction. Oh, and the technical supplies, they that was reflects the deletion of a printer paper, which is no longer used.
Okay, I don't see any hands up. We're good.
Okay. Next is the police education and training. That was an increase of 3,696. Within here, you're seeing the educational incentive reduced by 300. That was due to retirement of an employee who had been receiving it. The dues and subscriptions went up 450. That reflects the National Tactical Officers Association membership and the paramedic license for one employee. The conferences, meeting, and training for 3,237 includes annual user charges for new training program and the Police One Academy. Technical supplies for 880 is the cost of taser training and duty cartridges has gone up. And the reduction in other materials of 576 is a decrease with the discontinued purchase of Connecticut motor vehicle law books for officers.
Okay. Counselor Donahue, you have a question?
Yeah, and this might not be the right place for it, but with the, with all the changes to the police accountability stuff, is that figured somewhere else in the budget, or is it here?
Anything that I think he had a budget for a police accountability, it might be here. Some of it I think is actually the police admin department. But I don't see anything specifically that he mentions here that's due to police accountability.
Yeah,
But I will double check with him to make sure.
Yeah, because I mean, it
let me
sounds
just-
expensive.
Yeah, let me just point out that a lot of what's required under the accountability change is it's not to be incorporated immediately. There's the time frame that goes out a number of years to have this all completed. So that's whatever is required this coming year is within the budget.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, there's no one else with their hand up, so we're good.
Okay, police support services. This one is seeing a reduction of 84,389. That's under the salary department. That was the reduction, the decrease for one position, traffic officer. And that's partially offset by the AFSCME raises. The only other change in here is a slight increase under equipment rental for copy costs for their leased copiers.
All right. No questions there. We're good.
The next section is vehicles. You'll notice a huge reduction here. These vehicles have been moved over into the CIP budgets and are now part of the what you'll see at the next meeting as the equipment replacement plan.
All right, we're good.
Okay. The next one being the police animal control. No real changes here. There's a slight reduction in the part-time line. This is a position that they're working out a deal to share with Weathersfield. It'll be a full-time position if it works out that we will share together. But this budget we have here will cover our portion of the cost for that full-time position.
Okay, we're good.
Now we're going over into the fire department. If you look here under first page under the personnel, you'll notice there was one reduction under the fire marshal. And when we get to that page, I'll go through those numbers, but it was for the deputy fire marshal. They originally had 3 and they've gone down to 2. So fire department, the admin, slight increases and decreases, but in total, it's only $570. The full-time salaries went up. Once again, that is to reflect the admin raises, along with the part-time went up to reflect the admin raises. There was a reduction they made for dues. The transportation went down because 2 of the officers are now receiving of town vehicles, so we no longer pay them out a stipend every month for vehicles. They also eliminated the conferences, meeting, and training since they're finding that most of this is done virtual, so they're really not paying to go anywhere. And that is how they got to only 570 increase this year.
Okay. Any questions? There are none. We can continue.
The next one being the firefighters. That's a reduction of $30,911. There's no change to fringe benefits, but you'll see, which is their biggest line in here. But under motor vehicle maintenance, there's a reduction there of $8,886. And that's due to the fact that this year we had a one-time increase for a rust proofing of their vehicles. So they won't have that next year. Under consultants, special contractors, it's a reduction of $11,500. If you look and see, you'll see that there was a prior year transfer for this one to increase it. So it's actually staying flat to the original budget. So the transfer that they had to do this current year, they won't need next year. So they're going back to their original budget of the 26,306. Once again, you'll see technical supplies. They did increase that. That was increased due to increased costs and addition of, I'll say this wrong, but it's NOMAC hoods, helmets, and face pieces that they are going to be purchasing this year. Uniform and clothing went up $2,050 due to Class C uniforms for members. Other materials went down $1,800. And that just reflects the prior year transfer. So they're staying flat to their original budget on that line. And the technical equipment, that's going down $34,529. The technical equipment line goes up and down depending on what equipment they have to buy each year, and what they have planned for next year is substantially lower.
All set.
Fire prevention is up next. That is an increase of 1,500. And this is because of printing and binding and other contractual services. And other materials is going to be reduced, but it's to get some technical equipment added there for projection screen. Actually, she didn't actually have that one. Sorry, technical equipment. I think she has. Yes, the technical equipment is the projection screen for 200. The other materials is she's saying reflected to actually stick with the historical numbers that she's been seeing and their actual needs. And the printing and binding kind of goes in line with last year's transfers that they were seeing from the original budgets.
Okay. Yeah, this is one of those where you look at the percentage and you're like, oh my gosh, 90%, but it amounts to $1,500, right?
Yeah, it's small numbers.
Yeah. So any little increase is going to look like a huge percent.
Yep.
Okay. There's no hands up, so we're good to continue.
Fire training, no changes.
And no hands, we're good.
Fire station. There's a reduction on this one for $9,558. Once again, these are ones where they plan what they need to do to their buildings, and they're not planning on doing any building improvements to their building next year. They've totally taken that out. Whereas they're seeing some building equipment that they do need some additional items for the coming fiscal year. So that just brings them to the 9,558. It goes up and down, they were telling me, and they just don't see with the work that they've done this current year, and probably some of the things that they see come in the future, that building improvements is what they want to invest in for next year.
Okay, that makes sense. There's no hands up, so we can go on.
Fire marshal. This is the department where you'll see a total reduction of $12,910. The full-time salary reflects the admin raises that we had discussed. You'll see the part-time goes down to $27,955. Originally, he had 3 inspectors under that position, but I think now because that the assistant in that department is also certified to do inspections, they believe they can get rid of that deputy position. So there are actually 4 people still doing or qualified, certified to do inspections within that department. The $1,950 increase under dues and subscriptions are increased for the renewals that they're finding. Conference meeting and training, they're increasing that $1,485. If you look, you'll see that they've probably not done as much training as they needed to do this past year with the transfers and stuff to cover other areas. And with the COVID, they haven't had to go to it, but they will be doing some more training in the coming year. equipment maintenance is down 1,491. I'm just looking here, and it looks like that was a one-time maintenance. They had to do a transfer, and they're bringing it down more towards their original budget. Technical supplies is up 600. Increased costs for some of their supplies in that area. Uniform and clothing is down 400. That's because they did reduce it one deputy, other deputy position. And other materials is up 175, and that's just due to increasing cost for some of the materials that they purchase.
Okay. We are good.
Safety officer, we had an increase here for technical supplies and total increase, I'm sorry, of 15,075 for their, due to COVID, this budget has increased for technical supplies, that 9,175. And technical equipment is added because they moved the equipment out of the other department, 232, which is, sorry, let me go back a couple. Which is their firefighter department. So where we're seeing a reduction there, they moved it over into here for some of their equipment.
Okay. We're good.
Okay. Regional fire training tower, no changes.
All right, we're good.
Street lighting, reduction of 15,000. We did a comparison, and they had been doing some work on street lights to improve the efficiency. And we are finding between that and the rate lock we have with Constellation, we were able to reduce our budget this year to 15,000.
Great, that's great news. No hands up, we're good to go.
Emergency management. You'll see here an increase of 7,000. We moved the stipend that was being paid to the current emergency management personnel. They're actually in the fire marshal's department, but the fire marshal's department thought the stipend belonged over in emergency management. We agreed. So that's the stipend for the emergency management position. When Chris Schroeder retired, it kind of got realigned within our current budget, but it's reflected here now along with uniform and clothing. We're finding that there are no like uniforms being even t-shirts for the volunteers they have helping out within emergency management. So that's what that $1,000 is for.
Okay. We're good.
Okay. Next one, emergency medical services, no changes.
No hands up, we're good.
Okay. And the last one in this section is hydrants. There is an increase for $3,780. That's the increased rate for NTC on the inspection of each hydrant from $135 to $140 per hydrant.
No hands, we are good to go.
Okay. We'll go to the next section, which is Public Works. On the personnel page, you'll see the first one, which is engineering, that they are down a staff member. That staff member was moved over to planning and zoning when a person left that area. So we did not replace them. So there is reduction within engineering of one staff member.
Okay.
So the total reduction on engineering is 20,827. The majority due to that person transferring over from engineering to planning and zoning, offset by the admin and ASME raises that are included in there. They had some other small shifting of expenses to properly reflect where they're spending the money. So they, offset conference and meetings, but they wanted to increase special consultants and contractors. They're finding they can use them on some of the projects coming up. And then they offset their transportation and dues and subscriptions to try to keep this kind of a net zero effect for anything they increased.
Okay. Counselor Minor has a question. Go right ahead.
Madam Mayor, I apologize. Can we go 260? I lost my audio again.
Oh, sure. Where do you want to go? 260?
250 emergency management. I just want to make sure I understand this correctly.
Okay, 250.
No, 260, 260.
Okay, let me go back.
That's emergency management under public safety.
Okay, yep. This has an increase of the 7,000. This increases the 6,000, which is a stipend for the emergency management personnel.
Okay.
That was currently being paid under the fire marshal where that person is located, but we've moved it out to be reflected here, which is where it belongs.
Okay. Now, is that stipend the entire wage of the position, or are there additional wages to that? Because I know different towns do it differently.
That's it.
That's the only
Yep.
wage a position.
Yep.
Okay, so my next question would be, is there a way to establish the position based on benchmark of evolutions they have to do throughout a normal year and be able to contractually establish a rate for additional work above and beyond those base responsibilities? Because I know of several municipalities I can think of that have a wage that is paid during those emergencies, which are predominantly reimbursable through FEMA. Am I right on this or wrong?
We don't go through FEMA for this. We go through the state emergency grant, which the state is way behind in paying us back for it.
Yeah, well, that's about for that.
Yeah, and I don't know. I have not explored doing different rates. That's more of a personnel question.
Right. I'm just thinking under a normal year where you might have a snowstorm or a tornado or wind damage, it would probably be no big deal. But in the middle of a pandemic, I think the responsibilities are substantially greater than any other normal year. And I'm just not sure if those wages are reflected in that or reimbursable through any of our grant opportunities.
I'm gonna leave that one to Keith to field as a personnel manager there.
Okay, I'm just going to highlight it for now. We can talk about it later. Thank you.
Okay, that's what I was going to suggest. We'll analyze that a little bit more and let you know.
Thanks.
All right, so we can hop back to where we were, which was, I think, were we at 310?
Yeah, we just finished up engineering.
Okay.
Do you need me to go over engineering again? Or are you good, Chris?
No, I can hear you. I'm good.
Okay, good.
All right.
All right.
No hands up, so we're good.
Okay, we'll move over to highway now. On the personnel summary, you're seeing that we're reduced positions here. That was one reduction for the transfer over to highway. Over to PD for the traffic equipment management one, equipment operator one. And also the elimination of the admin assistant position within highway. When the current director of highway retired, the second in charge took over and we did not fill his position.
Okay.
So under highway administration, you're seeing a reduction for full-time salary of $66,171. That is due to, as we said, the position not being filled, offset a little by wage increases for some of the ASME employees under that area. Also reduction in longevity for due to retirements. dues and subscriptions and clothing allowance went down once again because of the elimination of position. And the uniform rental and cleaning went up simply due to a increase in rates from our vendor.
All right, no questions. We're good.
Highway operations, you're seeing the full-time salaries reduced by 13,237. That is due to the transfer of the position to the police department for traffic. And that's being offset by the ASME employee increases being included here. That also, you'll see the rate increase affects the overtime and the seasonal.
Deputy Mayor Bedrejko, go ahead.
Yeah, I noticed under the next one, which is snow and ice control, there's actually, you budget and plan for 23 storms a year. But under highway operations, I guess it appears that they're responsible for storm debris cleanup for a non-snow or ice event. And it does seem as weather patterns are changing, it seems like there's been, several more events where they've had to get involved in clearing trees and debris versus snow. And is there any kind of planning that an average number that you do for non-snow events? Or is it subsumed under the 23 snow and ice events in terms of budgeting?
Go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, if I may, Gail, that 23 storms is an average of how many times the department is called out for snow, ice, or other emergencies.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, we may want to clarify that better. As you point out, the seasons and the type of weather we're getting is changing. But at this point, we're comfortable that we're covered, and we don't generally get reimbursement from any agency for a regular snowstorm. But if we were to have a major hurricane or something, then we would go to FEMA and we'd get reimbursement from that. So I think numbers wise, we're fine. How they're divvied up, if we continue to see a change in the pattern, then we may want to, redirect it in a certain way.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're all set. Keep going.
Okay, so snow and ice, which we just briefly talked about, you're going to see a decrease in that department by $52,092. We reduced the amount for the overtime for this line, going more with historical averages. We even went a little above the historical averages just in case we had more storms than we've had in the past. And we were able to still reduce it by $35,297. And for the construction and maintenance materials, this is being decreased because they got a great deal on road salt. The prices of it have been going down, I guess, dramatically, and they were able to decrease the amount they budget for that by $16,795.
All right, we're good.
Okay. The next department is traffic. This is the one that moved over to the PD along with the personnel position.
All right.
Next one being vehicle equipment and vehicles and equipment. This reduced by $1,021. Overtime increased due to the increase in rates along with part-time the rates. There's small changes to equipment maintenance. And they did find that they were able to significantly decrease the motor fuel and lubricants. They got a lower contractual rate for diesel and unleaded fuels on that line. The increase for technical supplies includes a new GPS vehicle tracking systems on their vehicles. And the equipment and parts is just reflective of the rising costs they're finding for vehicle parts.
Okay, we're good.
Leaf collection did have an increase. It's all related to salary and the rates that we built in. for overtime and seasonal.
Okay.
All right, now we move over to the solid waste area. And the first one being refuse collection. You see a decrease there for the 47,241 under other contractuals. If you'll look, you'll see that they basically went down below our current year budget. But they are finding that the rates under this service for the refuse collection had gone down. The contractually, they're able to bring it down to 801,787.
All right, no hands, we're good.
If I may just intercede here for a little bit, please take a note that, the burn plant in Hartford is going to be closing. And, that is a major cost savings to the town of Newington because we're in a long-term contract. However, down the road, this is going to be a major cost impact on all municipalities. So, I don't think that we want to sit back and wait for it to happen. We really need to be working collaboratively with the region to look at alternatives. Otherwise, if we're all sleeping, it's going to be really a bad situation when that plant closes and this garbage has to be hauled out to the middle of the country somewhere. So just a note for your edification for future discussions.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Minor?
Yeah, Keith, do you know the closing date for Mira or what the anticipated closing date is?
I believe it's 2022. It's maybe 23, but it's coming fairly soon.
What is DEEP offering anything for alternatives to municipalities, or are they good luck, you're on your own?
No, I think that they're scrambling as well. We're locked into a contract with Mira, so we're okay financially. But when the plan closes, I believe the plan is going to be to haul all of the trash that's going into the Hartford plant. It'll be hauled out of state, probably to the Midwest of the country. So our transportation to haul that material is going to go skyrocket. But we do have a contract that protects us for several more years, but we need to be planning for the change now, I think.
Yeah, I believe a lot are already going by rail out to beyond via rail traffic. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we're all set. Thank you for that.
Okay, the next department of disposal, refuse disposal. Let you know right now that we've already had a change to this line. This was budgeted at $100 per ton, and they've come back and just sent us a letter as we were finishing up these books that actually is going to be under other contractuals. It's going to be $105 a ton. That results in under other contractuals an increase of $54,670 compared to what it's showing right now. So in the end, you'll really have an increase of approximately $49,000 in this department.
Okay. Any questions? No, we're all set. Keep going. Thank you, Janet.
Okay. Recycling, slight increase of $9,259. That's once again reflects the rising costs that were submitted to by our vendors.
Okay.
The end of that section, we're going over to planning and development now.
We're on a roll, Janet.
We're on a roll. Let's go. Okay. Planning and
Yeah.
Development.
Oh,
Yeah.
Keith,
Yeah,
Keith,
you just hold on for a second. One of the things that we're working on is to see if the bulky waste program can be self-sufficient. Most of the communities in the area now charge for picking up bulky waste at the curb. We do not, and it's not cheap to run that program. So we're looking for the council possibly to consider having a user fee for people that want bulky waste picked up at the curb. The transfer station is available, and if it may be that people could bring it to the transfer station at no cost. But if they want it picked up at the curb, we're going to probably be recommending a charge be implemented for that service. So we'll keep you posted on that, but we're working on developing that right now.
Keith, just to remind you, when I talked to Rob on this one, just so you're aware, we will not be the ones collecting that fee. That fee will be set by the vendors, and
That's
they
correct.
will be the one charging it.
Right.
are you considering that in this budget year?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm processing. Okay, I'm processing.
And thank you for reminding Keith, because I've forgotten, there was no note on the page, but that refuge collection where you see it going down 47,000, that's where some of that is reflected also.
So that 47,000, I'm going back.
Part of that is due to the bulky waste now being charged directly for curbside pickup to the customer.
We anticipate to have our vendor handle the entire process, so we don't have any staffing involvement. But it appears that, we're one of the few towns that do not charge for this service. And there are many people in town that don't use this service. So having a user fee would make a lot more sense than continuing to fund it through the general government.
Okay, so this is, I'm sorry, I'm just going back to make sure I understand the 47,000 under, we're talking under solid waste services, correct?
Yeah, under refuse collection. James has it up on the page. Yep.
So you're talking about charging residents a fee for curbside trash collection?
Not trash collection, for bulky waste.
Oh, okay, I had a little panic.
Nope.
No. The bulky waste, because it's not used by everyone. And some people use it very often where other people do not.
Okay, this is something I had advocated for in the past. I'm all on the same page now. It just took me a minute to get there. So you're talking about if somebody has a couch or
Yep.
some kind of big item that they call the town to pick up. And we have struggled with this in the past, doing a fee for service for this. So this, okay.
And what we
go ahead, Keith. Sorry.
The whole service would be handled by the trash contractor, and we would not be involved. The trash, our contractor would handle the calls coming in, the scheduling of picking up the materials and disposing of materials, and we would basically be out of it.
Which we have transitioned into that now, it's just not the fee basis, correct?
Yes, that's
Trash
correct.
Away, I think, handles the bulky pickups now. I had to call Trash Away for something that I had hauled away.
Yeah, but we still have a scheduling process, in it, but we would get out of all of that. That's part of why we're not looking to replace the assistant highway superintendent, because that was a big part of his role, and we want to, shift it over to the contractor.
Okay, and you're working on some sort of presentation to us in terms of what that fee structure would look like for residents?
Yeah, we'll get that out too. Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
it's going to be similar to the other towns.
Okay, Counselor Minor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, as it's currently set up now, bulky pickup of metal items are chargeable now. Am I correct in that?
There are some that are charged, but there are others, like if you put out a bureau and a table, you're not charged for that. It's scheduled. You can put out 2 or 3 items, I believe, and there's no charge. If you put out a mattress, that's handled differently. But the intent is to make it more consistent and have the transfer station as a possible alternative. If you like for a mattress, if you bring it to the transfer station, there would be no charge. Right now, I think you pay 25 or something to have us pick it up. So
I know that with the mattress counts, trying to get a setup down at our transfer center. But I was specifically a metal for something that's sticking into my mind, that if we had metal items for pickup, i.e. maybe a refrigerator, a washing machine, something like that, that there is a charge. Am I not right on that, or am I correct?
No, I think recently when I called to have a sofa picked up, they said if it was a metal item, it was not a nominal fee though. I want to say like $11 or something really.
Yeah, it was like, I had something picked up, and yeah, the differentiation is if it's metal, but it was like $10.
Yeah, yeah.
well, what we'll do is we'll provide all that information to you, so you have a clear understanding of what we currently do and a clear understanding of what we're proposing to do.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, there's no other hands up, so we're good, Janet.
Okay, so let's go back forward to planning and development 420. In this line, you're seeing that the full-time salary is a reduction. It actually isn't a reduction. If you look, you'll see that we had to do a transfer for the revised budget because we had payoff for retirement in this current year. So it is less than what our revised budget is, but it is an increase from this current year's original budget. That's due to we brought in a new town planner at a higher rate, and the person that we transferred over from engineering, who we did not replace, was at a higher rate than the person that he replaced.
Okay.
Dues and subscriptions are a little bit higher, but that's only because she's looking to get the certification and for the new zoning officer. And there was just a switch between office materials and office supplies there. No other changes were really made.
All right, we're good.
The Town Planning and Zoning Commission just has an increase for the salary rate. That's for the recording officer.
Okay.
The Zoning Board of Appeals, once again, has a slight increase under part-time for the salary increase for the increased rates.
All set.
Building Department, once again, I know I'm a broken record, has an increase under full-time salaries, and that's due to the admin and AFSCME rates increase built in.
We're good.
Conservation Commission only increased the part-time wages for a salary increase.
I sense a theme.
Yep. Yeah.
All right, we're good.
I'm breaking the theme. Economic development, no change.
All right, we're good.
And the Development Commission, slight raise for salaries due to the raise increase.
Okay.
And I believe that's all we were scheduled to go over tonight.
All right. Thank you, Janet. That was great. You did a wonderful job.
No problem.
You made tonight easy on Mr. Chapman.
I did ask him if he wanted to take it over this year. He goes, no, it went so well last year. Why change?
No, I'm no fool.
Argue with success.
I just want to let you know, this is the headline that is in the patch. If you've ever read the patch. Connecticut coronavirus hospitalizations and infections climb overnight.
Ah.
So just be prepared. This is not going to be as easy as they think it is.
Yeah,
I feel like it's one step forward, 2 steps back. We're playing a game, you know?
Yeah. I do want to just say that you know, Janet and I have come to be a good working collaborative team together with her staff and mine. And I don't know what I would do without her right now, because you know, this is not an easy year at all. Janet makes it look easy, but it's been a difficult year to put this budget together. And I give a lot of credit to her and her staff, working with my staff to have this happen, and all the department heads. All these adjustments that are made in these budgets, the majority were done by the department heads. They knew what the mission was, and they've stepped up to the plate. And I'm very comfortable that we are not going too deep in any area. Whether we have any room left for next year, we'll see. But I think that this budget is probably one of the best budgets you're going to review.
Absolutely. All right, I don't see any hands up, so we will continue onward with our agenda. Janet, really, thank you very much for
No
all your
problem.
efforts and for your staff and really all the town staff that put so much effort into just getting this together for us to even consider.
Yep. I'll see you guys on the 20th.
All right, thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda this evening is resignations and appointments. We have a resignation for Conservation Commission alternate and then a Conservation Commission appointment. So we have a resignation for Ben Ancona III from Conservation Commission as an alternate. So we'll do that first. Mr. Mankey, would you please?
Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby accepts the resignation of Ben Ancona III as an alternate member of the Conservation Commission in accordance with emailed correspondence dated March 4th, 2021 and effective March 9th, 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Nagel. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
Oh, I forgot. Hold on. I got to move everything around on my screen just to see them. All right, she's good.
okay, good. Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono,
Yes,
9-0.
wonderful. And next we have the appointments. Go ahead, Councilor Mankey.
Resolved, Conservation/Inland Wetlands Commission. Ben Ancona III, member, 42 East Robbins Avenue, Party R, term 3/9/2021 to 11/30/2021. Replaces the resignation of Key Block.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Nagel. So this is just a switch from Mr. Ancona being an alternate, moving into the position that was opened up and becoming a full member.
Correct.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
Yes,
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono,
yes.
9-0.
Okay. We'll move on to refunds. We have approval of March 9th, 2021. Refunds for overpayment of taxes. Deputy Mayor Budraco, if you would.
Resolved that property tax refunds in the amount of $2,621.19 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the requests for refund of an overpayment of taxes certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Mankey. Any discussion? Hearing none and seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono,
Yes.
9-0.
Okay. Next on our agenda is minutes of previous meetings. We have before us the February 23rd, 2021 regular meeting minutes. I'll entertain a motion to accept those as written.
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Menke. And a second, sorry.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Nagel, and discussion on those. All right, seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Counselor Annis.
Yes, she's raising her hand, yes.
Okay, Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Budraco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes,
9-0.
thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
Next on our agenda is written and oral communications from the town manager. Mr. Chapman?
I have none tonight.
Okay, thank you. Next is council liaison and committee reports. Counselors? Counselor Nagel?
Yes. Recently, I attended the library board meeting. You've already heard them concerning the leak. They're still doing virtual programs that I've mentioned at previous meetings. They're also working on an elder newsletter with the other departments, including the senior center. They have available federal tax forms. They do not have the state forms for some reason or another, so you can pick that up. And the Friends of the Library are doing a virtual book sales at Karma's Closet outside, and they are trying to plan an outside book sale, hopefully in July sometime. And the library has asked me to make certain that everyone knows that, fingers crossed, there will be their race they usually have in the spring, but it will be held on October 3rd if all things go right, COVID friendly, and it's the first publicity they're trying to get together. Also, I attend my first CROG meeting, and most of it is not relevant to now because time has passed and the budget situation in the state changes from moment to moment. They did talk about brownfields grant money that may or may not be available. Also, they approved an amendment to a bill to allow a study of all the properties along the rail line that exists, and also approved a study to be done through high-level screening. I assume that's via drone of roads and highways in the district that CROG is legislative or the body representing all the towns in the area. High-level screening so that towns can use this technology to determine, as the state can, as to what to do if they want to change traffic patterns or want to help them with deciding what to do at intersections if they want to change anything in terms of that. And that's it. So I was successful for a first time. Let's hope I'll be successful for a second.
Great, thank you, Councilor Nagel. Deputy Mayor Budraco.
Yes, at the TPZ meeting, an application for development was approved for a new development on Fenn Road. It's a 9,000 square foot retail development. It's going to be between the gas station that's on the corner of Cedar Street and Fenn Road and Starbucks. And there's going to be 4 tenants, and one of the tenants is going to be a drive-through restaurant called Noodles and Company, which I guess has a few other restaurants in Connecticut. So that was approved at the last TPZ meeting. Other thing, if anyone is interested, either pro or against chickens and people's being able to be raised in residences in Newington, there'll be a public hearing tomorrow at the TPZ meeting. So if you have concerns or if you're in favor, speak your mind tomorrow.
Okay, great, thank you. And my daughter will be really happy to hear about Noodles and Company. She drives far to get to that restaurant, so I can't wait to tell her that.
Yeah, go to the TPZ. Don't chicken out.
Well, chickens are very popular these days,
I
so,
hear it. I hear you.
yep. All right, we will move on. I don't see any other hands up, so we're good there. And we will move on to, next item is public participation. Let me check our window and see who we have. Anyone that would like to be acknowledged, you can raise your hand in the Zoom app in the participants window and on your phone through *9 function. That will raise your hand and we'll acknowledge you. I'll just give it a minute. Okay, I don't see the hand raising. I think it might be Miss Lyons, 070. All right, we'll go on. Next item is remarks by counselors. No one has their hand up, so we will move on. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Counselor Braverman, seconded by Counselor Menke. Discussion. You know what? I just want to make a quick comment because I didn't say it earlier to Mr. Chapman. Thank you for your efforts with the budget book. I know that it was really challenging and we still have a ton of work to do, but really appreciate your efforts in getting this together and getting it out for us.
Yes,
All right.
absolutely.
Motion for adjournment on the table. Second was,
Oh, she just raised her hand.
Discussion.
pardon me?
Our attendee just raised her hand.
All right, counselors, I would ask, because we have not gone to adjournment, that we indulge this, just because with all the technical difficulties, I just don't want to not acknowledge her. So let me go back to our public participation. Ms. Lyons, are you there?
Yes, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I'm sorry, it was my fingers hitting the wrong key. I was hitting *6 to unmute instead of *9. Thank you for indulging me. I'll make it quick because it's been a long night. I'm glad to hear about the beautification committee that you have proposed. I would hope that you do follow whatever rules that you can find that are uniform rules. I know that there is an administrative letter 35 regarding signs in the center of town that has not been followed. Not only, it's been not followed by our own Parks and Rec department. So I'm hoping something is written out so that everyone that participates does it the same way. Number 2, on the TPZ meeting tomorrow night, thank you, Councilor Bedrejko, for mentioning it. It's not just chickens for anybody that is interested. It's poultry regulations that are being considered, and that includes geese, ducks, turkeys, and guinea hens. So those in favor, I'm all for it. I'm all for the chickens. I don't know about the rest of the poultry, but also the other thing that's going to start being discussed at TPZ is changes in Newington Junction. If people are interested in that, especially the residents, probably they should show up. Finally, it's the bulk waste discussion that you had. I'm all for charging for it because I know that there are people that abuse it. There are people that come in from other towns and just drop things on the town line. I've called the highway department several times about what I consider to be blight issues with the things being thrown by the side of the road. But I feel as someone who doesn't use it very often that I'm being penalized or I'm being punished because of the abusers. I'm just wondering, when you're discussing it, if you could perhaps consider one free pickup for a resident per year. That may not work because it's going to a private company, but just a thought. Thank you very much. Stay well, stay safe, and good luck with this budget.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons.
Thank you again.
All right, stay well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys for indulging us with that. So we have a motion to adjourn. We had a second. We're in discussion. Was there anybody else that wanted to speak? All right, then we will do a roll call vote for adjournment.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Counselor Anist.
She's waving yes.
Okay. Counselor Braverman.
Yes.
Counselor Bedrejko.
Yes.
Counselor Camillo.
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
He's
He's
waving.
waving yes.
okay, Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono,
Yes.
9-0.
All right, we stand adjourned at exactly 10 o'clock on the dot. I gotta say, that was pretty good, guys. Nice job this
was.
evening. We covered a lot of ground.
Good night, everyone.
All right,
night.
good night, everyone.
All right.
Wait.
All right.